Go live. Hang on. Imagine for a moment that you're a slate quarry worker in the 1830s, and you're building a railway from the mines down to the port. The mountain road is... The mountains of... can you tell how unprepared I am, guys? Anyway, the mountains are very curvy. The mountain terrain is very unsuitable for a standard-sized railway, so what do? You scale it down, of course, to narrow gauge. So yeah, guys, welcome to my narrow gauge railways live stream. I'm about to go to Wales. Shrek clock. And Wales is known for its narrow gauge railways. So I figured that today's stream would be themed to it. So today we're talking about various narrow gauge railways all over the world. And the ones that I'll be going on, including the Tallinn Railway, which was the basis for the Skarloey Railway in Trollhättan. Hang on a sec, guys. Oh, sorry. Oh, whoops. Oh, didn't want that to continue. Yeah, I hope you all like that. Skarloey Railway. I hope you all enjoyed that fantastic rendition of the Skarloey Railway theme. Right, so, who have we got? Yes, I am John Murray. Very, very soon. So, who have we got tonight? So, hello. Spyro, Cinder, A. Smith, William, Mr. George, Jupiter, Iceman, John Murray, Cassie, Martin, Happy Meal, the Object Crave, nice to see a new face found here, and Victor, and Joshua. No, this is themed to narrow gauge railways today. So yeah, nice to see so many new faces here. And hello, Ethan. Nice to see so many people here this early on. I know. Yes, it is, Victor, but it's a special kind of train. It's like two tank engines fused together into one, and we will be talking about it later on. And when Odd shows up, I'm going to ask him what he thinks of the many weird and wonderful designs of narrow gauge locomotives. Hi, Jacob. I see you've got my profile picture. I'm sorry, but I cannot allow that. I cannot allow you to have my profile picture while on stream. Would you kindly change it back, please? No, I don't even know what it is. Crave. To so easily recognize a train. Yes, but what kind of train, though? It's a specific kind of train, though. Yes, it is. I think he and Luna are still talking. You gonna ask if he's gonna join us? Thank you, Jacob. Sorry, just a minute, guys. And yes, A. Smith, that is the real-life Mighty Mac. Hey, Summer Rose. Yeah, that's right. It's known as the Double Fairlies. So hopefully we will see... So Victor's already here. Hopefully we'll see Electro and Odd tonight. Sadly, Neon's not in the mood, though. Just been talking to him on Discord, and he's not in the mood, sadly. Can't really figure out why, though. Jesus Christ! We've only been going for 5 minutes and 28 people already. Wow! As he told me right after the premiere, he'd pop in right at the beginning. Okay, then, we'll give him and Luna a bit more time to chat and see if he shows up. Just behave yourself and I won't, Jupiter. The Zigzag Railway is a famous Australian narrow gauge railway. Yes, William, I've heard of it, except it's 3-foot 6-inch gauge, whereas the Festiniog Railway is 2-foot gauge. Yeah, I know, Cassie. Well, anyway, guys, hope I've got a lot of fun stuff planned for tonight's stream. Yes, yeah, I do, Jacob. Sorry, I mean James. Oh yeah, they're almost as cool as the Double Fairlies. Double Fairlies are definitely my favourite narrow gauge locomotives, though. But yeah, the England class is Duke's basis. I agree, Tish Howard, it is. Right, guys, so we've got a lot of fun stuff planned for tonight. We're going to be playing Roblox narrow gauge railway games. Talking about all the narrow gauge railways I'm going to be visiting on my upcoming Wales trip. And also talk about the Skarloey Railway, Sodor's own narrow gauge railway. Oh, fantastic, Ethan. Good for you. Good that you're out of that rotten place. Had to troubleshoot some stuff for Heather's new DeviantArt account. Oh, right. Okay, cool. Well, nice to see you, Odd. We've only just started. Fantastic. Yeah, that's fine, Jacob. So yeah, a lot of fun stuff planned for tonight. So yeah, Odd, this is one of the trains I'm going to be going on my upcoming Wales trip, the Double Fairlie. Going to ask you about it in a minute. Right, so guys, before we get into Roblox, we're going to start off tonight's stream watching this episode of a train documentary series called Mark Williams on the Rails, which my granddad recorded these episodes. My granddad recorded this series onto a DVD, and I used to watch it religiously as a 6-7-year-old. I love this documentary series. And this video basically compresses the entire history of narrow gauge steam trains into 23 minutes. To take almost all drawing requests. Oh, that's nice of her, Odd. Yeah, it's it looks like Reneus, Jacob, with someone else's face. Very fitting. No, there is no way I'm gonna do that, James. I'd rather not go back to visit my secondary school, Ethan. Maybe my primary school, but certainly not my secondary school. Hi, Ryan. Welcome to the stream. No, Cassie. As much as I wish there were 999/1,000 people watching, there aren't. I'm still happy with the number we've got, 24. Oh, yes, William. I agree, that is genius. Okay, then, MLP fan. So yeah, I loved this, There's going to be a small narrow gauge railway in the Mossfordshire Mountains for Nye Railway. Very cool. I have considered introducing a narrow gauge railway into Redcliff Railway Tales, but that's not going to happen now that the series is coming to an end. Fantastic, Mr. George. I don't know when I'm going to send you my lines for it. It won't be until after I get back from Wales, though. Anyway, so this is a very interesting episode about narrow gauge railways. Oh, cool, Ryan. Reneus with Emily's face. Yeah, I knew the face looked familiar. Right, so I hope you all find this video fun and interesting. This episode fun and interesting. Let's give it a watch. Let's go. And side note, the theme song of this show is an unironic bop. Some of you may say it's too electronic sounding and overproduced, but I absolutely love it. And there's Mr. Williams. And there's North Wales.
These rugged hills in North Wales saw the birth of a radical global transport technology.
Hopefully I will, William. Yes, it is, Martin. The feature-length finale will be released in December. Yes, I am going to Wales, Ethan. The Snowdon Mountain Railway isn't covered in this, but I am going there, and I think we will talk about it as it is still a narrow gauge railway. Odd and Victor, you two probably have no idea what narrow gauge even means.
These rugged hills in North Wales saw the birth of a radical global
I think they are too,
technology.
Smith.
Narrow gauge railways.
Cool, Jacob.
How did these little Welsh trains
Cool,
ever end
William.
up having such a massive global impact?
That whistle sounds absolutely awesome. God, I love American train whistles.
The mountains of North Wales are full of slate, and when the Industrial Revolution hit, the demand for Welsh slate exploded.
Darthurst Vale is also full of slate.
New towns were being rapidly built around the country, and the thousands of new workers all needed a roof over their heads. Previously, when you wanted to roof your house, you'd use whatever...
Is that man a narrow gauge? No, he isn't. Is that supposed to be some smart-ass way of saying he's got a small penis, Odd? No, Odd. What narrow gauge means is a railway that's a railway where the rails... Narrow gauge refers to the width of the track, how far the rails are apart from each other. So most railways are built to a rail width of 4 foot 8.5 inch gauge. Most railways across the world. Narrow gauge is anything below that and above 2 feet. Miniature gauge is anything below 2 feet but above 3.5 inch gauge. 3.5 inch gauge is the smallest train you can possibly ride. And anything below 3.5 inch gauge is an unrideable model railway. Anything above 4 feet 8.5 inches is known as broad gauge. Do you understand now, Odd? His jacket is the narrow gauge. That little blue one, I agree, William. It is. Stan. That blue one's on the Llanberis Lake Railway, which I might also be going to. Yeah, hello, Bash. I'm sorry, I'm just stating some interesting facts. Not now, not in this stream, Happy Meal. I want to cover narrow gauge railways in this stream. Wales is that, yes, Martin, that is indeed, Wales is indeed where Pontypandy is. No, unfortunately, I won't be going to Ireland anytime soon. Last time I went to Wales was 9 years ago. I'm going back. And I'm going back, like, in a couple days to do all the narrow gauge railways there I wasn't able to do last time we were there. Oh, sorry. No, Odd, sorry. No. Odd, I was talking about the width of the track. That's what narrow gauge means.
A roof over their heads. Now, previously, when you wanted to roof your house, you'd use whatever was to hand.
I know, William. And Brunel's Great Western Railway was built to broad gauge. Broad gauge is even used in Ireland. And I believe Australia use a combination of narrow gauge, standard gauge, and broad gauge. I think I kind of, sort of, maybe get it, kind of, in a way, sort of. Yes. Well, it's a very simple thing to understand on it. Railway track gauge refers to how far apart the rails are from each other, and therefore the size of the trains that can run on it.
With their heads. Now, previously, when you wanted to roof your house, you'd use whatever was to hand.
Funny,
Stone,
Jacob.
wood, reeds, straw. But this is the perfect roofing material for the expanding industrial towns. The problem is, how do you get this heavy cumbersome material
Why does slate look so satisfying to look at? Oh, Welsh mountain goats.
And the Welsh had solved the problem by building a transport system.
I'm convinced a child in Ireland
Quite early on,
had some.
people started using rails.
What?
In order
What
to
are you
draw
on about,
tubs full of coal along. And these developed
Ireland had some.
into quite complicated horse-drawn mineral railways. Rails were first laid through the mountains of North Wales in 1833.
That's right, and where I live, the railway is dual gauge for standard and narrow gauge. I'm aware. I'm pretty sure it was the Western Australia Railway that was built to 3-foot 6-inch gauge. William.
Rails were first laid through the mountains of North Wales in 1833. They were just wide enough apart for a horse to walk between them. They curved their way along a 13-mile route from the high point at Festiniog down to the harbour at Porthmadog.
That's one of the railways I'll be going on, the Festiniog Railway. And Festiniog has 2 Fs. I don't understand why spellings and pronunciations of Welsh names have to be so complicated. They just are. I love the goatees. Are the goats narrow gauge goats? Well, technically they are, Rods, because as Mark just said, when the Welsh slate railways were first built in 1833 with they were purposefully made so that the rails would be just wide enough apart for horses and ponies to walk between them. So technically the goats are narrow gauge. You like goats that much, do you, Art? Well, here they are again for you. Little 4-legged Satan head looking motherfucking cuties. I'm sorry to hear that, Cassie. Slate trucks. Oh, nice, William. Nice. And the wharf on the Skarloey Railway is based on Porthmadog? Interesting. I didn't know you liked goats that much. Oh, you changed your profile picture again, have you, Jupiter? Nice.
And the Welsh had solved the problem by building a transport system. But quite early on,
very nice.
People started using
finely
rails
cut Welsh sleigh
in order to draw tubs full of coal along. And these developed into quite complicated horse-drawn mineral railways.
Wouldn't be surprised if goats also
Rails were
pulled
first
slate
laid
trains.
through the mountains of North Wales in 1833.
Yeah, I agree,
They were
William.
just
I
wide enough
prefer
apart
sheep, though.
for a horse to
I
walk
do prefer
between them.
sheep, though.
They curved their way along a 13-mile route from the high point at Festiniog down to the harbour at Porthmadog.
I love this. This is the best stream yet. This stream has goats. I'm so glad you're enjoying this, Hot. Michael Rose and the Tank Engine.
Down to the harbour at Porthmadog.
I'm really enjoying this
Horse
stream
would draw a line
too.
of carriages uphill, and then they come back down on gravity with the horse riding in a dandy cart behind.
Yeah.
And the brakeman would stand on top, and using these brake levers, he'd control the descent.
So yeah, the horses or ponies or goats or whatever would pull the slate trucks. They'd pull the slate trucks up the hill to Festiniog, and then they come back down, again by gravity. I'm gonna show you. The Festiniog Railway do still sometimes do demonstrations of gravity trains, and I'll show them in a minute. Who wouldn't love those? Who wouldn't love those little head-button Satan doggies? Adorable as fuck. Oh, well, I'm glad it's made. I'm glad the appearance of the goats has made you that happy, Odds. No more goat interruptions from here.
Brake levers, he controlled the descent.
Emily the gallant old engine. I'm glad you enjoyed it.
The horse-drawn
Can you stop changing your profile picture,
could shift
Jupiter, please?
18,000 tons of slate a year.
18,000 tons of... Oh, yeah.
But when the demand for roofing material rocketed, that was nowhere near enough. They needed something more powerful than horses to pull the crates up to the quarries. And the answer was steam power.
Yeah.
Across Britain, by the 1850s, massive steam locomotives were hauling goods faster and in bigger quantities.
Wouldn't
than
be
ever
surprised,
before.
Victor.
If the transport of slate from the Welsh hills was to keep up with the times, they were going to have to change from using real horses to iron ones.
I'm honestly not sure.
There's a problem. The whole system works on this gauge, 2 foot. Now that's really, really practical when you're in a constricted situation, in a mine, in a quarry. If the curves are tighter, you can carry the rails by hand. It's much, much simpler. It's a really brilliant economy of scale here, especially in the engineering.
Yes.
But the rest,
I agree.
the national system is working on a gauge of 4 foot 8.5 inches, another 2 foot 8.5 inches wide. So, if you expand your narrow system to meet demand,
cool, William. I wonder if the Skarloey Railway
you have to re-engineer the whole thing.
The cuttings, tunnels, and bridges along the route would have all had to be widened to fit a standard-sized engine. The construction costs would have crippled the Festiniog line.
But there's another idea. Why not make a steam engine that runs on a narrow gauge? A little engine. Bless.
Not now.
And that's just what they did.
I think back then they might not have, because steam technology was still being developed in the 19th century. I think back then some people didn't think it'd work, but it did. All you got to do is make the steam locos smaller.
To fit the existing small lines running down the mountains, they built small locomotives. The little scaled-down versions of the mainline engines, the like of which had never been seen before, first steamed along the Festiniog line in 1863.
Yeah, so this is the England class of steam locomotives. I believe these were the first steam engines built for the Festiniog. And for any Thomas fans, this is indeed the basis for Duke, the real-life basis of Duke, the Lost
Some people
Engine.
call these toy trains, but they couldn't be more wrong. This isn't some miniature aberration. This is a brilliant technical solution.
Small places like the mine
very,
shafts. Yeah, you just said that.
Difficult engineering problems.
These little steam engines running on the Festiniog.
So the train's got the shark treatment. That actually makes sense. What do you mean by the shark treatment, Odds?
Solution to some very, very difficult engineering problems.
Exactly, Stan.
These little steam engines running on the Festiniog line could transport over 5 times the tonnage the horsepower trains could handle.
Do the slimmer trains take less fuel?
Small locomotives.
Yeah, the smaller ones do. Exactly, Odd. Smaller trains don't need as much. Don't need to burn as much coal, or oil, or water. Yeah, smaller trains don't need as much fuel.
Running on the Festiniog line could transport over 5 times the tonnage the horsepower trains could handle.
5 times the tonnage.
Small locomotives were a perfect solution. They brought steam power to the mountains without the need to change the line built for the horse-drawn carts. Steam power quickly spread through the Welsh hills, with small trains soon puffing along high up on the flanks of Snowdon.
Oh yeah, the Snowdon Mountain
Quarrymen
Railway.
started to build their railways up here.
Quarrymen.
They bring their little steam engines.
I don't think my Welsh accent... Oh, sorry, I'm devolving into my Scottish accent, but... I don't think my Welsh accent's as good as my Scottish accent, but... Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of my Welsh accent. Oh, so they really did get the shark treatment then. That makes sense. Guess I need train info translated into animal terms. I guess that could work,
started to
Odd.
build their
Victor, are
railways.
you still there?
They bring their little steam engines up the inclines and run them actually in the quarries. And you can still see evidence of that today. Look, rails.
The small engines were a fraction of the weight of a standard gauge loco.
Obviously,
And
the
because they were
rails,
so
the rest of
light,
the rails were
they could
taken
be
up when the
easily
quarry
hauled up the
closed.
mountain to the quarry face. The rails were also much lighter and could be quickly laid to the next blasting point in the quarry. It was
Yeah. Do you remember we saw the slate blasting? The slate blasting in episode 4, guys. It wasn't 100% realistic. That slate blasting. It was good enough, though. My bad.
Quickly laid to the next blasting point in the quarry. It was highly adaptable steam power on a small scale, and it revolutionised life in the mountains.
And this is one.
And it revolutionised life in the mountains.
And this is one of the little engines that worked in the quarry.
Yeah, we saw that engine at the beginning of the episode,
These
guys.
engines were
Thomas
bodily
Bach.
taken up to the top of the quarry on the inclined planes and worked right at the highest gallery levels, 1,750 feet above sea level.
So yeah, this is the Llanberis Lake Railway.
They are little, small. It's about £3,000 tractive effort, which is about 10% of a main...
Palmerston, Welsh Pony and Princess. I'm pretty Oh yeah, I forgot. Little Giant, the only England class loco that's been scrapped, if I'm correct.
Engines were bodily taken up to the top of the quarry on the inclined planes and worked right at the highest gallery levels, 1,750 feet above sea level. They are little, small. It's about £3,000 tractive effort, which is about 10%.
Oh, Mountaineer as well. Oh, I forgot about Mountaineer.
But
was Mountaineer the first England class engine? I forgot.
Was radical.
At its peak here in North Wales, there were 18,000 people employed in the slate industry, and Welsh slate roofed the world.
Yes, it did. You might still be able to see Welsh slate even in your country today, wherever you live.
Thomas Bach, which means Little Thomas in Welsh,
I
was
hardly
only
know
brought
any
down from the
Welsh.
quarries above Llanberis.
Bach is the only Welsh word I know, and I only know it because of this. I only know that Bach means little because in Welsh because of this because of this
Was only
episode.
brought down from the quarries above Llanberis when the mines were finally closed.
Llanberis. Oh yeah, I thought
Today,
so, William.
many of the little quarry engines are still going strong, and having retired from pulling slate, are now pulling tourists.
Cool.
Back in 1869, the Festiniog line, which had pioneered the little trains, was proving incredibly popular.
Indeed.
More slate was being moved than ever before, and passengers had begun to use it in droves.
But the Festiniog became a victim of its own success. With the booming slate traffic and passenger travel, the little engines just didn't have enough power.
The Festiniog Railway was granted the right to build a new second line to run
Wonder how they
parallel
did that
alongside the
transition.
first to deal with the rising traffic. But the engineering work needed to widen the
I
track
agree,
to take
Stan.
two lines next to each other would have been immense.
No, Sir Handel in real life is Sir Hayden on the Taylor Railway. A. Smith.
Needed to widen the track bed to take two lines next to each other would have been immense. The only other way of matching the demand was to build a more powerful engine that could run on the existing line.
Wonderful world.
One that could pull longer trains, but yet still manoeuvre the tight bends.
Oh, here we go. This is what I wanted to ask Odd and Victor about. This is what I wanted to ask Odd and Victor about, if they're still
The
there.
Festiniog Railway came
What
up
they think of this particular locomotive
with a
design.
cutting-edge technological solution. One little engine.
Wait for it.
Two little engines.
Two tank engines fused together, otherwise known as the ever iconic double fairley. Now, doesn't this look like a unique design, Odd and Victor? I certainly think it does. The double fairly is probably my favourite narrow gauge locomotive class, joint with the Garretts, which this episode talks about later on. That's a curve. Yeah, it does have curved tanks. Not the curve, the train. It sure is green. Yes, it is. What about Odd? Is he still there? Wait, sorry, what? No, he hasn't. No, you haven't, Cassie. It's a Guyla monster train. I knew you'd say something like that. Like, something like Frankenstein would do. Fuse two tank engines together. But yes, Victor, it does have a curve on it. Look, you can see the side tanks slope down a bit. Sexy, if you ask me.
Robert Francis Fairley's patent.
Robert Francis Fairley was a flamboyant Scotsman who, on hearing about the Festiniog's problem,
they're
came
not
up
really
with his
my
novel
cup of
design.
tea. What the double fairlies, Stan? And of course, it's named after its inventor.
Robert Francis Fairley was a flamboyant Scotsman who, on hearing about the Festiniog's problem,
Look at that
came
nice
up with his
moustache.
novel design. The beauty of Fairley's creation was that here was a loco that could pull a much longer, heavier train, but could still manoeuvre over the tight curves of the narrow gauge route.
That's an actual
The secret
animal.
to the
Its
engine's
tail looks
manoeuvrability
like another
was
head.
in the wheels it sat on.
What a Guyla?
The secret to the engine's
Guyla?
manoeuvrability was in the wheels it sat on.
Its tail looks like another head. Well, I suppose you're right. I suppose they are the animal equivalent of the double fairly. I suppose they are the animal equivalent of the double fairlies in that case, Odd.
Was in the route. The secret to the engine's manoeuvrability was in the wheels it sat on.
That would be a shingle back. I'll have to look that up.
Fairley was a pioneer
Odd.
of articulation.
He
Standard
really
practice
does,
now,
William.
Revolutionary then.
No, it's
This
fine,
is a
Odd.
bogie. It contains
Yes,
pistons.
he was. I think
the
he
axles,
was actually
There's a
eccentric,
pivot
William.
point here. So, with a set of bogies at either end of the engine,
Oh,
they can move
hi, Nick.
independently.
Oh, it's your second account.
So the wheels could
Bash, I
face in
remember.
opposite directions and go around very tight corners, at the same time having a much larger boiler on top, providing double the power through the two sets of pistons. It was then used
Interesting,
garages,
interesting,
a
William. I
standard
think that
practice
is.
now.
Yeah, that would be like that.
But then,
too.
it provided
now,
a breakthrough
Ganymede.
in power.
One boiler, two fireboxes, and two bogies.
Yeah, so there's one long boiler going all throughout the engine. There's two fireboxes on each side to heat the water on each side. Underground. Hello, Connor. I've never seen you here before. Welcome. Please subscribe if you haven't already. So yeah, there's two fireboxes to evenly heat the water on each side. And of course, there's two bogies. So it's an 0440, the double fairlies.
Each
Underground
with two
overground.
cylinders.
Oh, you're
giving you
Iceman.
Two
Oh, okay.
power units. Goes that way, goes that way. Twice the length, twice the boiler capacity, twice the power.
Yeah, these engines are not much different from the from the many dual-cabbed diesel and electric locomotives we have today. This is basically the steam equivalent of the many diesel and electric locomotives we have today. You off now, Jacob? Okay, I hope to see you back, though. So that'd be the Hollow Earth and the Monsterverse. Yeah, okay. Not now, Connor. Yeah, please do, guys.
It's Goes that way, goes that way. Twice the length, twice the boiler capacity, twice the power.
Fantastic solution. So both ends need to eat. That's pretty neat. Twice the mouths, but only one stomach. That's kind of the basis of the double fairly odd. You're kind of right, odds. Twice two mouths, but only one stomach. Exactly. That's basically how the double fairly works, Odd.
Twice the power.
You're learning fast, Odd.
The double fairly worked well for the Festiniog. It answered their problem. But Fairley was not one to keep his invention to himself. He was an outspoken self-publicist.
That whistle is legitimately amazing. I really do love that whistle. Okay, John Murray, thanks for coming. William, are you still there? Oh, yes, you are. Saves on needing a turntable when they get to the other end. Exactly. The Festiniog never had turntables anyway at each end, if I'm not mistaken. But yes, William. You're right, William. It does save on needing a turntable. But you are learning fast, Odds. You've been learning fast.
The double fairly worked well for the Festiniog. It answered their problem. But Fairley was not one to keep his invention to himself. He was an outspoken self-publicist and attracted hundreds up to the hills of Wales to see his new creation.
Oh, I love the
Fairley
accents Mark Williams
the narrow
does.
gauge railways provided the best long-term solution for the carriage of freight and passengers in mountainous areas.
Iceman.
His friends called him ambitious, articulate, and untrammelled by modesty.
Articulate, get it? Because the double fairlies are articulated engines. Now this is actually at the other end of the cob, as that section on the wall there is known at Boston Lodge Works. The end that was filmed there is at Porthmadog Station. See, Boston Lodge is right over there, guys.
Ambitious, articulate, and untrammeled.
But you wouldn't have known that due to the way this due to the way the shot transitions. Oh, let's listen to that again. That chucking sound again.
And untrammeled by modesty.
Oh, that's a good sound.
Fairley's enthusiasm for the little railways provided the inspiration for the biggest narrow gauge network in the world.
Inspired.
Right, here we go. Now he's going to move on to talk about the narrow gauge railways of Violent confirmed. Some double-ended steam engines in other countries too. Yes, exactly. Fairley exported his design all over the world. Why not, Jupiter? Oh yeah, that's something else I was going to say about the double fairlies. Now, this isn't mentioned in this episode, but the double fairlies did have a bit of a design flaw. Their articulated design meant that their steam pipes, which fed the steam from the boiler into the cylinders to power their wheels, because of the articulated design, they would sometimes crack. But that was fixed in later years. Cancel Victor for his crimes? No. So now we're moving on to the narrow gauge. So now we're moving on to talking about the narrow gauge railways of America. Slightly wider gauge than the Festiniog. The narrow gauge railways of America that Williams is about to talk about are 3-foot gauge instead of 2-foot gauge.
For the biggest
So
narrow
remember,
gauge
that's the
network
width of the
in
track,
the world.
the distance between the
Inspired
rails.
engineering had started a narrow gauge revolution, and in the 1870s, its influence spread to Colorado in the United States of America.
This music is legit amazing. The music in this is so underrated.
mountaineer.
Miracle.
General William Palmer was a man with big ideas. He was a railwayman.
No,
Plenty
no,
of money
not
out
now,
east.
James.
But he was from Denver.
Denver.
The problem with Denver was
Colorado.
that the railroad bypassed it. He knew that Denver needed to turn from a village into a city. To do that, it needed a railroad.
Yeah, even the narrow gauge railroads in America are huge. So yeah, the Americans call railways railroads, for those who don't know. So yeah, it's a slightly wider gauge than... Yeah, it's a slightly wider track gauge than the Festiniog Railway. Heather wants to show me and Victor something on her DeviantArt. Oh, okay then.
He knew that Denver needed to turn from a village into a city. To do that, it needed a railroad. He wanted to build a 600-mile network of railways.
It actually became 12,000 miles.
Only trouble is, he had a small problem. The Rockies.
The Rocky
But
Mountains,
that didn't
boy.
stop him continuing with his plans. And
Rocky
in order to fulfill his
Mountains.
dream, he went to Wales. For there he found mountains alive with trains, and characters like Robert Fairley, who were sure they had hit upon a system that could even conquer
Is
the
who the
Rockies.
Americans had to thank for the narrow gauge railways
Fairley
in the
was
US.
passionate enough about
Yeah, I
narrow
know.
gauge railways to convince
Oh,
Palmer.
such a good whistle.
Fairley was passionate enough about narrow gauge railways to convince.
Yeah. Yeah, like, indeed.
Fairley was passionate enough about narrow gauge railways to convince
American
Palmer
train
that that was the
whistles
solution
are
to his problems.
absolutely
That he could use a narrow gauge
amazing.
railway, but that if he
American train whistles are in my opinion, the absolute best sounding in the world. They are just so cool
used
sounding.
powerful enough locomotives, it was a viable transport system for passengers and freight. Palmer had struggled to get the full financial backing he needed before his Welsh trip. But by building a narrow gauge line, he could slash the cost of construction.
Indeed.
Compared to building a normal sized track, everything could be done on a small scale.
You know,
Lighter rails, narrower cuttings, tinier tunnels.
America. boy.
Narrow gauge made his railway line through the mountains an economic possibility. It took him just 1 year after he returned from Wales to raise the cash
No
he needed.
problem. Thanks for coming. Hope
In
to see you later
1871,
on.
he started building his line. The countryside.
I do too, William. I do too, but I honestly do prefer American train whistles. They sound unbelievable. With a perfect mix of high and low pitch. Yeah, that's basically the best way to describe American train whistles, Stan. The American chime whistles. I agree, William.
Makes Wales look like a rockery.
Makes
What
Wales
he
look...
needed.
Yeah, indeed.
In 1871, he started building his line. The countryside makes Wales look like a rockery. There was a lot of blasting and drilling, often done by men hanging over cliffs with baskets, being hauled out of the way just in time.
Oh, God.
No photographs were taken of the work in progress, so that none of Palmer's financiers could see what absolute madness they were paying for. Palmer's Denver and Rio Grande network was built stretch by stretch.
I beg to differ, Stan. I actually like it. One thing I was gonna say about the coaches of the Durango and Silverton Railroad, where this was filmed. One thing I was gonna say about that is one of my custom-built coaches that I made for Redcliff Railway Tales, I actually based on the design of the Durango and Silverton Railroad. Excuse me. Exactly, William. I'll try and find an episode where that coach is featured so I can show you guys. It's in Sir Callum's Cornish Adventure. I don't know, Davin. I haven't seen him for God knows how long. Oh, God. Cassie. Yeah, I have, Jacob. I'm gonna see it. I'm actually gonna see it tomorrow with my dad, uncle, auntie, and cousin. Then I'm staying at their place in London before continuing on to Wales. They had an incredibly pleasant ride and were welcomed into Cornwall by a breathtaking sunrise. So yeah, it's that coach right there. That coach right there that I based on the design of the coaches of the Durango and Silverton Railroad. Can you guys tell the inspiration? Yeah, I beg to differ, Stan. I do think that these coaches look nice. I like how they have balconies at each end. I do like how they have balconies at each end. Yes, I am, William. A very, very great channel. Talked about that channel on the very first stream Odd actually came to. Yeah, I actually like American rolling stock, Stan. You gave me a bat chat, so... yeah, okay. To me, you don't exist. Oh, God. One day I do hope to go on the Durango and Silverton Railroad. I've never really liked American locos. And I literally don't know why. I really want to like them, but I don't know why I can't. Well, personally, I love American locomotives. Some of them I prefer over British locomotives, especially the big boys. And the narrow gauge locomotives that we're seeing in this. Right, let's continue with this. Hi, Vidal. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully Odd and Victor are going to return in a minute.
Palmer's Denver and Rio Grande network was built stretch by stretch. One of the sections that remains today, the 45-mile line from Durango to Silverton, was built in only 8 months. Quite an achievement, considering it was built at an altitude of over 7,200 feet in the middle of winter, with freezing temperatures and heavy snow to contend with. Considering it was built at an altitude of over 7,200 feet in the middle of winter, with freezing temperatures and heavy snow to contend with.
Yeah, that is amazing.
With the lines under construction...
Fitting as the Redcliff and Guinea Bridge Railway has acquired engines from around the world. Yeah, I agree, William. But the thing is, if the RNGR did actually get that coach, from the Durango and Silverton Railroad, they definitely would have had to re-gauge it to 4 foot 8.5 standard gauge. Well, hi, Mr. Poggers. I think you might be another alt account of Bashes. I'm not sure, but welcome either way. I think he does too, Stan. Switzerland and America and Australia. Exactly, William.
With freezing
and France. And other places.
Temperatures.
Both Frank and Robert are German designs.
Heavy snow to contend with.
German high-speed trains. Yeah, I thought so. I recognise the name.
With the lines under construction, he turned his attention to finding a suitable locomotive.
Palmer borrowed his engineering model from Wales and his gauge, and it made sense to borrow his locomotive power, so he became the proud possessor of a double fairly articulated locomotive. But it didn't work for Palmer, although they worked in other places in the States.
Hello, Felix. Talking about
Farmers'
American
railroads
narrowgauge
covered
railways
long
at the moment.
distances, and the trains had to keep running through really extreme conditions. The double fairley couldn't carry enough fuel for the long trips, and the open cab left the crews exposed.
So, he turned to locomotives like this, a scaled-down version of standard gauge American locomotives, with all the same hallmarks. Huge lamp for working through adverse weather conditions.
I do have a soft spot for classic American 440 tender locomotives. They're not my favourite American locomotives, but they're still very nice. Same would go to some of the engines as Ethan would have to be scaled down. Yes, yeah, and in my headcanon, he did have to be re-gauged to 4 feet 8.5 inches when he arrived in England, because he was built to the South Australian Railway's 5'3" broad gauge.
Like this, a scaled-down version of standard gauge American locomotives, with all the same hallmarks. Huge lamp for working through adverse weather conditions. Great big spark arrestor chimney, because this one burnt wood.
So awesome.
And then it's very open. There's incredibly
The
easy
lamps
access.
and the cow catchers put me off. Honestly, I think they make American locomotives look all the more awesome. Stan. Oh, hey Titan. Oh, hi Lightbolt Star. I've never seen you here before either. Welcome. Please subscribe to me if you haven't already. Like Bayou from Big World Big Adventures. Cool. Postman Patmo. Cool. Yeah, I do genuinely love the lamps.
Conditions. Great big spark arrestor chimney, because this one burnt wood. And then
Like the design
it's
of
very
the funnels
open.
as well.
There's
The
incredibly
chimneys.
easy access here. Then it has enclosed cab, so crews didn't suffer in the awful weather in the mountains, and a great big tender
I had no
to
idea,
pull all the
George.
necessary supplies for a long distance narrow gauge line.
Yeah, boy. Honestly, I prefer the look of that locomotive there. I don't know what class it is. Don't know what class that locomotive is, but I do really like it. It's really awesome looking. Baldwin Locomotive Company would even build engines like that, which they ship to Japan. What, like smaller scale locomotive? Because I'm aware that Japan ran on that most of the Japanese network, aside from the Shinkansen, from the high-speed Shinkansen network, I'm aware that most of the Japanese network runs on 3'6" gauge. So it was the Baldwin Locomotive Works that built all of Japan's engines, was it, William? Hi again, Ryan.
Gauge line.
Oh, that's a nice shot.
Palmer's Railroad was soon reaching the small remote towns up in the hills.
Oh, I had no idea, William.
Towns that were sitting on seams of silver and gold. The name Silverton gives a clue to one of the reasons Palmer wanted to build the railway.
Yeah, so it wasn't slate that these American narrow gauge railroads were built for. It was American gold and silver, boy. Oh, cool, James. Yeah, we have reacted to that before. Okay, Cassie, no problem. Thanks for coming. Going in war, Jupiter. Okay.
There was money in them there hills.
Oh, if you're wondering what that third rail on the inside there is, for those who are curious, I think that's like a flange rail to help keep the trains on the tracks as they're going around the curves, and to prevent the wheels from jumping the tracks as they go around curves as sharp as that.
The new railroad
At least I think
worked
that's
both
what
as a
those
passenger
rail,
line and hills.
those
Palmer
inner
wanted
rails
to
are
build the
for.
railway. There was money in them there hills. The new railroad worked...
Oh, okay, William. I didn't know. Are awesome looking. But I prefer Britain's locals as they feel more beautiful. I do get what you mean, Stan. But yeah, I do prefer the awesomeness of American steam locomotives. Sometimes I wish that that the locomotives we have here in the UK were more like American locomotives. And the loading gauge that we have here in the UK wasn't as strict. Yeah, exactly, Stan. Most of their locomotives, like the D51. Cool.
The new railroad...
Yeah, the Kawasaki D51s, which I'm pretty sure is Heroes class.
There was money in them there hills. The new railroad worked both as a passenger line and for expanding the mining industry, bringing workers in and shipping the metal out.
Yeah, I agree, James.
Within 20 years, there were an incredible 12,000 miles of track in these mountains. A huge web that stretched out all over the hills.
Welcome back, John Murray.
Towns sprung up or expanded as the railroad network spread through the Rockies.
I can see why you made Jacob an American steam engine. Actually, that wasn't 100% intentional, William. I wanted the Lone Ranger. Jacob's model is taken from the Lone Ranger Lego train set, which I slightly modified to include piston rods and I also moved his pony truck a little further out to accommodate the piston rods. So yeah, Jacob's model is a slightly modified version of the American of the Lego Lone Ranger locomotive. But yes, I do agree that Jacob does look awesome as an American locomotive. And I love the sound of the whistle I decided to give him. I always had it in my head that Jacob's whistle was a 5-chime whistle. And I believe the whistle I gave him from season 2, episode 11 onwards was a Great Northern 5-chime. Welcome back, Davern. I saw a review on the Lone Ranger set. Cool. Prefer the look of British smoke block doors? If you say so. Again, though, as much as I love British steam locomotives, I do mostly prefer American ones. Prefer the look of American ones. Oh, God. Yeah, I agree, William. Canadian engines are cool too, but they're really not too different in terms of design from American locomotives. Canada's railroads definitely took a lot of inspiration from America's. Oh, that'd be fantastic, James. No fucking war. But all countries' logos have their own charm, so I wouldn't change ours at all if you say so. I'm also a massive fan of the Russian P-36 locomotives. They really do look incredible, the P-36s. Oh, interesting, Davin.
An incredible 12,000 miles of track in these mountains. A huge web that stretched out all over the hills.
Miles. Welcome back, Ingreda.
Towns sprung up or expanded as the railroad network spread through the Rockies.
Oh, boy.
Silverton.
Favourite loco ever? Well, my favourite British steam locomotive is the BR9Fs. My favourite British locomotive is the BR9Fs, which are obviously on my profile picture. Evening Star is the 9F Evening Star is my profile picture. But favourite locomotives ever? That's a very hard question to answer. I
I absolutely adore the New York Central Railroad Niagaras. I do think they're better looking than the 9Fs, albeit only slightly. I'm really not sure. But yeah, I do adore the Niagaras, and it's a massive shame they've all been scrapped. Change list of horses. Oh, cool.
Towns sprung up or expanded as the railroad network spread through the Rockies. Silverton boomed with the arrival of the line, and from its mines, trains shipped out over $300 million of precious metals.
Fantastic.
A town on the railroad was most certainly a town that could make money.
God.
Something Palmer.
Once again, I'd love to go to Colorado and ride the Durango and Silverton Railroad.
Was most certainly a town that could make money. Something Palmer was very interested in.
As of now, the only American railroads I've been on are the New York and Boston subways.
Palmer's narrow gauge network made millions, especially for Palmer, who was a very shrewd operator. He knew that the most important thing about railways was the subsequent value of the land they passed through. He once asked the town of Pueblo to give him $150,000 to ensure that the railroad passed through their town. He did, but he also bought land on the other side of the river and built another town, South Pueblo. Cheers.
Canada call them railways instead of railroads. I didn't know that. I just assumed Canada also called them railroads. Colorado Railroad Museum is a must-see too. I'll take your word for it. Is that where a lot of the old Union Pacific locomotives are? We'll go on a USA road trip riding loads of the railways. Yeah, I also want to visit a lot of the American theme parks as well, especially Cedar Point in Ohio and the ones in Florida. Aside from Disneyland. Disneyland's overrated.
Palmer's transport network
seems that way, George.
Life in the Rockies, and by the end of the 19th century, other rugged
I'm aware,
landscapes
William.
were beginning to be exploited. Countries such as New Zealand and South Africa were starting to build narrow gauge lines to move freight and passengers through hills.
Right, guys. Do you have a pet? We used to have mice and then guinea pigs, but not anymore. I do want a dog once I've moved out of my current house, though. You've never been to America, William? Well, I have twice, but not the parts I've really, really been wanting to go to, though. Until Thomas Dinshilling's construction party? Cool. It's just so goddamn expensive, though. I'm aware. My parents think that I wouldn't be able to handle a trip to America currently. I think I would, though. Honestly, Stan, I'd much rather... Honestly, Stan, I'd much rather... Honestly, Stan, the roller coaster I most want to ride at Cedar Point is Millennium Force. The very first Giga Coaster. I understand Steel Vengeance's acclaim, but honestly, I'm more looking forward to riding Millennium Force one day. I was supposed to ride it in 2020, but couldn't because of the pandemic.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. Oh, you're back again, and now your profile picture's Spyro. Why'd you keep changing your profile picture, Ryan? Oh yes! Union Pacific 844. How could I forget about UP 844? That is definitely one of my favourite locomotives in the whole world. Union Pacific 844. It looks... Union Pacific 844 just looks unbelievable. I'd love to see it in real life. And I think if I was American, UP 844 would be my profile picture. Yeah, I agree, Stan. Why'd you keep changing your profile picture, Ryan? Fan turbine snowplow that was used in Canada. I'm aware of those. What did that person do when they filmed 844, James? Right, guys, if you don't mind, any British 040s shunter is your favourite? If you say so. Right, if you don't mind, guys, I'm going to run to I need to run to the toilets. Hopefully Odd and Victor will have returned by the time I come back, but if they haven't, I'm going to message them again and ask if they're going to come back, as we're about to see another narrow gauge locomotive design that I want their opinions on, another unique narrow gauge locomotive design that I want their opinions on. The Garretts. By they mean they didn't film them close to the tracks and almost got run over by it. Oh god, that's an immensely stupid thing to do. The A4s as well. Yeah, I do too. Honestly, the American streamliners are slightly better though, in my opinion at least. Yeah, I do, John Murray. Shame only 2 were made. Yeah, too close. Okay, guys. I think so, George. New Child Jupiter. Okay, guys, I need a piss. And I'm going to get some water as well. I've already had my 2 silence. I'll be right back, guys. Right, I'm back. Let's see, have Odd and Victor returned? No, they haven't. Okay, I'm going to message them again before we continue. Okay.
Well, I try to, Jacob. Huskies can just about say things that resemble English. When I went to the NRM, saw Malone and Coronation Scott for the first time, you was blown away.
Fantastic.
Understandable.
Yeah, it was. Kinda was, James. I hope Odd and Victor return. Yeah, I'll do so when I get the chance, William.
With more people involved, narrow gauge technology leapt ahead.
Oh, yeah. The Garretts. This is the other narrow gauge engine class that I'd like Odd and Victor's opinion on. They're very, very unique looking engines. I've never been on the Welsh Highland Railway where these things are based, but that's gonna change in a few days. I'll finally be going on the Welsh Highland Railway very soon.
This, believe it or not, is a narrow gauge engine. This is a Garrett. It's an articulated engine like the Fairley, but it's another step forward. The boiler on this is as big as a standard gauge loco. It kicks out 83,500 pounds tractive effort. It's got 2 bogies, so it can go around incredibly sharp corners. This is the pinnacle of narrow gauge steam technology. And I'm on the footplate. Thank you very much.
This brilliant locomotive is one of 2 Garrett engines running on the Welsh Highland Railway.
I think this program was made. I think this series was made like 20 years ago. I think there's more Garretts now. I think the Welsh Highland Railway has more Garretts now, and I don't know, because it's America. America's bigger than better, and they aren't that much bigger, Stan. The American narrow gauge network is only 3 feet. Is only 3-foot gauge. That's not as big as other narrow gauge networks, which are 3-foot 6-inch gauge. The Isle of Man Steam Railway and the Manx Electric Railway are 3-foot gauge as well, I believe. Yeah, back in Wales now. I could be wrong, but I think Garrett's did run in New Zealand, though. Welcome back, Iceman.
Finishing its working life in the wilds of the African continent.
These gauges are in 2 languages, English and Afrikaans. This Garrett's come a long way.
It has indeed.
South African Railways used over 400 of these on their narrow gauge system. It's quite warm on this footplate on account of one's proximity to the firebox. But just imagine what it would be like on this footplate in the deserts of Namibia. Warm work.
Well, yeah, John Murray, but there's also
The Garrett engine.
I think this
is
is a
named after
different
its
Mark
inventor,
Williams, though.
William Garrett.
He's just about to talk about the Garrett's inventor, William.
Warm work.
William Garrett's inventor.
The Garrett engine is named after its inventor, William Garrett, a British inspecting engineer working out in Australia at the start of the 20th century.
Exactly, William.
He designed his loco for the mountains of Tasmania, which desperately needed a train network, but had the sort of steep terrain that was a railway builder's nightmare.
Yes, exactly.
The line could only be 2 feet wide to get round the corners, but his engine was no miniature marvel.
Exactly.
His locomotive is a monster compared to the early double Fairley. It weighs 62 tons, twice that of a Fairley engine, and has 3 times the tractive power. 2 separate power units come off the huge boiler, but being articulated, it can still manoeuvre the twists and turns easily. It leaves its older Welsh brother looking, well, fairly insignificant.
I know, William. Oh, get it? Fairly insignificant.
With the Fairley, the boiler sits on top of both bogies, but with
the garret, the bogies are outside the boiler. The carrying frame carries the boiler. This means you can have a much bigger boiler. However, once you jam all this on, a 2-foot gauge, it means you haven't got a lot of room for anything else. So visibility is terrible, which is why both the fireman and the driver have to keep a very careful lookout.
Yes.
Keeping a lookout will be even harder going through a narrow cutting. But that's a small downside to an otherwise ingenious design.
Yeah, I think back when this was filmed, the Welsh Highland Railway hadn't yet been connected up to Porthmadog and the Festiniog Railway. I think the connection didn't happen until 2011. I could be wrong though. It might have been later, might have been earlier. I'm not 100% sure. But I think this was before both sections of the Welsh Highland Railway were connected to make the 25-mile long steam railway we have today from Porthmadog to Carnarvon. I feel horrible for drivers who worked on Scotsman all those years ago, all the way from London to Edinburgh in the heat. Oh, trust me, William. In the deserts of South Africa, working on a Garrett locomotive would be even worse. As Williams just said. As Boko before Mattel screwed in series. Okay, William, I understand it's late/early for you in Australia. Thank you for coming. Hope to see you next week. I'm going to keep this page open until Odd and Victor return so I can show them. Then I'm going to show them this part of the episode again so that I can ask what I think of the Garrett locomotive.
The visibility is terrible, which is why both the fireman and the driver have to keep a very careful lookout.
Yeah, thank you, William. Thanks for coming.
Keeping a lookout would be even harder going through a narrow cutting. But that's a small downside to an otherwise ingenious design. It was far heavier than the fairly side to an otherwise narrow cutting. But that's a small downside to an otherwise ingenious design. It was far heavier than the fairly, but by evenly spreading the weight of the Garrett engine over 10, far heavier. That's a small downside to an otherwise ingenious design.
Can't even imagine what it's like in African countries. A bloody hell on earth. At least in terms of temperature, that's what I'd imagine, Stan. Horrible, really nice.
Keeping a lookout would be even harder going through a narrow cutting. But that's a small downside to an otherwise ingenious design. It was far heavier than the fairly, but by evenly spreading the weight of the Garrett engine over 10 axles, the load at any one point is reduced.
10 axles.
This is a massive advantage when you're running on light, narrow gauge lines. This is a massive advantage when you're running on light, narrow gauge lines. At the front of the Garrett, you can see one of the secrets of its loading success, because the water's at the front, over the bogie, then you have the carrying frame, which holds the boiler, then the back bogie has the coal. The load is very evenly spread, so it can be carried on a 2-foot gauge. And standing...
Yeah, that's basically the idea of the Garretts. The same weight as a standard gauge locomotive, but made far longer. So it can fit on 2-foot gauge track. And obviously being articulated as well.
Frame, which holds the boiler, then the back bogie has the coal. The load is very evenly spread, so it can be carried on a 2-foot gauge. A standard class size locomotive, a big locomotive on a narrow railway. Very clever.
I agree.
Listen to that. That's really working now. As you start a real big ascent. Not for nothing, this is called the Welsh Highland Railway.
very surprised that the Garrett engine was never introduced in Thomas. Obviously, there's a fan-made Garrett character that many people have seen in Trains, but such a shame that a Garrett engine was never officially introduced in the series. There would have been plenty of story opportunities for a Garrett character on the Skarloey Railway, in my opinion. No, I haven't. John Murray. Christian.
Because of the engineering possibilities of narrow gauge lines and the refinement of engines like the Garrett, narrow gauge railways became the norm in hilly parts of the world. The Garrett engine was one of the final major breakthroughs in narrow gauge steam design. And this mighty locomotive, which has powered its way across distant, rugged terrains, owes its existence to horse rails, miniature engines, and hills full of slate. The technology developed by the little trains of Wales created the greatest network of narrow gauge mountain railways
for the narrator of
in the
Harmon
world.
Railway.
It's got the power they need.
Thunderbirds,
and
I
with
don't
the
know.
railways in the
MLP
world.
fan.
It's got the power they need to get trucks to horse rails, miniature engines, and hills full of slate. The technology developed by the little trains of Wales created the greatest network of narrow gauge mountain railways in the world. It's got the power they need, and with the bogies it can go round the corners. Fairly built an engine with big ideas. This is stalled.
Stalled.
Toot toot.
Toot toot. Oh, hang on, no, we don't want to watch the next episode. It's not relevant to the subject of this stream. Yeah, there he is again. I'm glad he's cute. You find him cute, Stan. You might survive. How, Jacob? Yeah, I'm going to keep this page open and show Odd and Victor, excuse me, the Garrett locomotives. The Garrett locomotive when they come back, so that I can find out what they think of it. Strictly Come Steaming. Eraser. I know, William. Yeah, you've said a lot of them before. Right, so hopefully Electro might show up soon as well. So I guess now we'll play this Narrow Gauge Railways game I found on Roblox. While we wait for Odd and Victor to return and Neon to come, so sorry, I mean Electro, hopefully Neon as well, even though he's not the biggest fan. Oh, it's a you've got a meerkat picture, I see. You survive everything. How? America, boy. Okay, cool, Stan. My computer needs updating. Okay. Yeah, I think there's a Garrett engine in this game somewhere. Here it is. Sorry, no, not Garrett. Double Fairly, I mean. Hopefully I'll be pulled behind Double Fairly and a Garrett when I visit Wales. Still waiting for more footage of Big Life Tortoise service? Okay. Oh, hang on. Is someone gonna steal my coach? Is that guy gonna steal my coaches? Yes, he is. Oh, he's run them off the tracks. Oh, bloody hell. What do you want, Ryan? My Western uniform avatar? Okay, cool. Oh, screw it. I'll take the trucks instead. Sorry, which side was it? No, that's passenger seat. You want driver seat. I still find Odd's reaction to seeing the goats
earlier on. Adorable. His reaction to seeing the goats was just adorable. Oh, hang on, the diesel was disappeared, okay. Oh, I can see Stan's in the cab with me. Alright, I'll spawn the coaches again. Oh, okay then, George. What? The guy in the diesel? Was that the guy in the diesel? Nothing more with truck sides in a while? Yeah, but I'll get some coaches. Why are they called passenger wagons? These are coaches. Not quote-unquote passenger wagons. Right, come on. Right, here we go. Move forward a bit. We can spawn so we can spawn 3 more. Yeah, 6 will be enough. Strictly campaigning. Not sure if I should include Big Mickey. I think you should, James. Okay, yeah, we'll take 6 coaches. Oh, hang on, there's another diesel in my way. Oi, get out of the way. Why won't the points change? Oh, good. This is one of those games where the points change for you. Ah, shit, I've gone the wrong way. Yeah, you need to go through the workshops. Oh, for goodness sake! Bloody hell! Frick off! Right. I'm gonna need 3 more coaches. Total twats. Oh, fuck off. Ah! Get on the tracks. Oh, fucking hell. Wait your turn, Diesel. Get out of my way. Oh, you selfish twat. Selfish twat. Looks like they died. Oh, someone at OA Smith has gotten a double fairly as well. Right, here we go. I've got my own fairly again now. A diesel moment. Welcome back, Victor. Will Odd be joining us again in a minute? I hope so. When Odd does return, I've got another unique narrow gauge locomotive, steam locomotive design to show you two, and I want to know what you think of. But until then, hi Odd, welcome back. Okay, now that you two are back, you two left right when I was. You two left right when I was when this episode got to the part about the American narrow gauge railroads. Do you two have something against Americans or something? Is that why you left the moment? Is that why Luna called you away the moment the American
such as New Zealand,
railroads came on?
South Africa,
narrow gauge railroads.
We're starting to build narrow gauge lines to move freight and passengers through hills. With more people involved, narrow gauge technology.
So yeah, Odd and Victor, this is the other narrow gauge locomotive I want your opinion on. The Garrett.
It's a narrow gauge engine. This is a Garrett. It's an articulated engine like the Fairley, but it's another step forward. The boiler on this is as big as a standard gauge.
No, you don't have anything against Americans, do you?
It kicks out 83,500 pounds tractive effort. It's got 2 bogies, so it can go around incredibly sharp corners. This is the pinnacle of narrow gauge steam technology.
Oh, you do have stuff against Republicans, do you, Odd? I wonder if Colorado's a currently a Republican state.
This brilliant locomotive is one of 2 Garrett engines running on the Welsh Highland Railway.
See, I want to know what you two think of the
finishing its
Garretts.
working life in the wilds of the African continent.
These gauges are in 2 languages, English and
From
Afrikaans.
South Africa.
This Garrett's come a long way. South African Railways used over 400 of these on their narrow gauge system.
Over 400.
It's quite warm on this footplate on account of one's proximity to
Oh,
fires.
God,
But just
Jacob.
imagine what it would be like on this footplate in the deserts of Namibia.
Namibia.
Warm work.
Indeed. Yeah, you two. Imagine what working on the footplate of a steam locomotive would be like when working in an African desert.
The Garrett engine
Mega hot.
is named after its inventor, William Garrett.
So what do you two think of this?
British
Of the
inspecting
look of this
engineer.
Garrett engine?
Work-
This with the giant water tank at the front and the giant coal bunker
Working
at the
out in
back.
Australia at the start of the 20th century. He designed his
Turned
logo for
into
the
a
mountains
long-ass
of
meeting.
Tasmania.
Accidentally muted this. DeviantArt is a broken mess of a site. Oh, is that why? Okay, I
The train
understand.
network that had the sort of steep terrain that was a railway builder's nightmare. The line could
The Garretts were designed for the railways of Tasmania
only be
initially.
2 feet wide.
Yeah, it could only be 2 feet wide. So here's the look of the Garrett engine for you two. Now, doesn't that look like a strange design to you? Even stranger than in my opinion, that's even stranger of a design than the double Fairley. Personally, though, I like the double Fairleys and the Garretts equally. They're huge engines for the width for 2. The Garretts are absolutely huge engines for 2 foot gauge. They're enormous. Giant coal bunker at the back, giant water tank at the front. And hopefully I'm going to be pulled by one of these beauties in a few days on the 4th of July, on American Independence Day. When I'll be travelling on the Welsh Highland Railway for the very first time. Ignore the horn in the background. Someone's just being a twat. That train looks nothing like Gareth Edwards. These train designers have completely missed the mark. No, Odd, not Gareth. Garrett. Garrett, as in 2 T's. Seriously though, Odd, your reaction to seeing the goats earlier on was as cute as the goats themselves, in my opinion. I'm just thinking about that at the moment. Odd, not Gareth, Garrett. Yeah, these engines are enormous compared to even the Fairleys. Well, what's your hypothesis then?
to get round the corners. But his engine was...
But yeah, huge engines these are for narrow gauge. They're like 266 engines.
2
They're
feet
wheel
wide
arrangements.
to get round the corners.
I like
But his engine was no miniature marvel.
Carrots? What do you mean carrot art? I know you like goats,
His locomotive,
but I had no idea
but his
until
engine
today how
was
much
no
you loved
miniature
goats
marvel.
odds.
His locomotive, but his engine was no miniature marvel. His locomotive is a monster compared to the early double Fairley. It weighs 62 tons, twice that.
It's
of the
even
Fairley,
more of a Frankenstein monster than the double Fairleys.
and has 3 times the tractive power. 2 separate power units come off the huge boiler, but being articulated, it can still manoeuvre the twists and turns easily. It leaves its older Welsh brother looking, well, fairly insignificant.
Fairly insignificant. Do you get it, Autumn Victor? Fairly, double fairly. Oh, God.
With the fairly, the boiler sits on top of both bogies, but with the garret, the bogies are outside the boiler. The carrying frame carries the boiler. This means you can have a much bigger boiler. However, when you jam all this on, 2-foot gauge, it means you haven't got a lot of room for anything else. So visibility is terrible, which is why both the fireman and the driver have to keep a very careful lookout.
No.
Keeping a lookout would be...
Wait, what do you mean? Why'd you say no, Victor? So yeah, poor visibility. Imagine if visibility was as poor as that in a car.
even harder going through a narrow cutting. But that's a small downside to an otherwise ingenious design. It was far heavier than the Fairley, but by evenly spreading the weight of the Garrett engine over 10 axles, the load at any one point is reduced. This is a massive advantage when you're running on light, narrow gauge lines. At the front of the Garrett, you can see one of the secrets of its loading success, because the water's at the front, over the bogie.
Yeah, I didn't get it.
Then you have the carrying frame.
Oh, you didn't get it. Well, he said fairly insignificant when referring to the double Fairley locomotives. Now do you get it?
Which holds the boiler, then the back bogie has the coal. The load is very evenly spread, so it can be carried on a 2-foot gauge. A standard class size locomotive, a big locomotive on a narrow railway. Very clever.
Yes, that is clever. Standard size locomotive on a narrow gauge railway. That is very interesting. We are Venom. Venom 4 confirmed before Spyro 4. No, I bloody well hope Spyro 4 is confirmed before Venom 4, if Venom 4 ever happens. And hello, Manchester Ship Canal Class Tank Engine. You rarely come to these live streams. Welcome either way. Right now we're talking about the Garrett locomotives of the Welsh Highland Railway and also South Africa. Yeah, see you next week, John Murray, then. Thanks for coming.
Listen to that. That's really working now.
I think
It's
it
got
is.
a real
Oh,
big
that's
effect. Not for nothing, it is called the Welsh Highland Railway.
Yeah, indeed. Welsh Highland Railway up in the Highlands of Wales.
Because of the engineering possibilities of narrow gauge lines and the requirements of engines like the Garrett, narrow gauge railways became the norm in hilly parts of the world. The Garrett engine.
Please don't go on about the carrot. For goodness sake, God! It's not called a carrot engine either! So that's why you said carrot. No, Garrett. Garrtt. Or at least I think that's how you spell it. No, no, there's an E. Garrett. That's how you spell Garrett. Oh, sorry. I mean Garrett. It's an E. It's an A, not an E. Hey man, it wasn't my hypothesis. Please don't go on about the carrot engine. Okay. I've been to some narrow gauge railways. I've been to the Festiniog Railway. I was there when I went to Wales 9 years ago. But I'll be going on the Tallylyn Railway very soon, and we will be talking about the Tallylyn Railway as well in this stream. But yes, standard gauge versions of the Garrett locomotive were also built, but I'm specifically talking about the narrow gauge versions that were first developed for the railways of Tasmania.
Major breakthroughs in narrow gauge steam design. And this mighty locomotive, which has powered its way across distant engine, was one of the final major breakthroughs in narrow gauge steam design. And this mighty locomotive,
that's a fantastic shot.
Which has powered its way across
Nice
distant
big. God's sake, guys! Odd mistaking the name Garrett for carrot has led you all onto talking about carrots. Why?
rugged terrains.
Went on the Festinio growing 9 years ago. Oh, that's interesting. Well, I'll finally be going on the Tailyn Railway very soon when I go to Wales in a few days.
Miniature engines owes its existence to horse rails. Miniature engines and hills full of
There's little
slate.
Thomas back again.
The technology developed
Good,
by
Ryan.
the little trains of Wales created the greatest network of narrow gauge mountain railways in the world.
I really would recommend it, James. As I said, I was there 9 years ago, and I'm going to go again when I go to Wales. It's a fantastic railway. I look away for 30 seconds and I accidentally start a trend. Seems that way, odd.
Narrow gauge mountain
Everyone's mistaking the Garrett engine for
railways
carrots.
in the world.
It's got the power they need, and with the bogies it can go round the corners. Fairly built an engine with big ideas. This is stalled.
Stalled.
Toot toot.
Toot toot. It's just like you saying hoot hoot in the Redcliff Railway Tales Season 3 Episode 4 premiere earlier, Rod. Thomas Bachman. No, I haven't, Manchester. No, I haven't, Manchester. I hope to next time I go to Wales, though, after my upcoming trip. Yes, Jacob. He rarely comes to these streams. It's nice to see him, though. What kind of name is Garrett? That sounds like some motherfucking supervillain ass name. I do see what you mean, Odd. Been to the North Yorkshire Moors Railway? Yeah, I should go as well. But I need to go on a day when they're running all the way to Whitby. Well, as Mark said just now, the Garrett loco is named after its inventor, William Garrett. Oh, wait a minute. No, that's a cricketer. Sorry, how do you spell oh, for goodness. How do you spell Garrett again? Oh, yeah, no, two... I'm an idiot. It's spelled with 2 T's. Of course it is. Here we are. Herman William Garrett. This was the guy. This was the guy who designed the Garrett locomotives. So it's got the wheel arrangement of a standard Pacific locomotive, but 2 bogies at each end, kind of like the Garretts. Gareth sounds like a real name, but Garrett? Yeah, it is a strange name, but I do associate the name Garrett with... But I've always associated the name Garrett with locomotives that look like this. Huge water tank at the front, boiler in the middle, huge coal bunker or oil bunker at the back. There are steam engines that burn oil instead of coal, you know. But wouldn't you two agree that this is an unusual design of steam locomotive, Odd and Victor? Just like the double fairlies? Because as I said, I think this is an even more unusual design than the double fairlies. But it works. But it works for what they were going for. But it works for narrow gauge railways. Just shot at every single... Oh, of course, motherfucker's first name is Herbert. You actually find that funny, do you? What is it about the name Herbert that you don't like, Odd? I'm giving Johnny Cuba a redemption story. Oh, cool. I mean, I don't know. I guess maybe, but, like, you don't know. Alright, if you say so. Joseph Carrot. What the hell? Why are we all saying just names derived from the name Carrot? Shot at every single Herbert out there. Oh, for Christ's sake. Been to the north. Very intelligent. Oh, I'm sorry, Ryan. I'm sorry. Extremely boring and overrated. Okay. Okay. Herbert is just a prime old man name. I see what you mean, Odd. He does look like an old man here. He didn't actually live that long, though. Hang on. How long did he live for? 1864. So he was 36 in 1900. 46. Oh, he died. Herbert William Garrett. Oh, that's a bit sad. William Garrett died when he was only 49. That's sad. That he didn't live that long. Just a straight up old man name. You know, this Herbert William Garrett didn't live that long. He was only 49 when he died, which is sad. He didn't get to live a full life. You've basically lived a full life when you... If you can reach the age of 80, then you basically have lived a full life. You don't like the name Herbert because he's a pervert. Oh, yes. Herbert the pervert from Family Guy. Of course. Herbert's also the name of the polar bear from Club Penguin. Why would he do that? This has turned into a carrot stream. No, George, it's supposed to be a narrow gauge railway stream. He spent his whole youth being Herbert and he didn't even get to wield old man flowers. No, but he did wield powers of designing steam locomotives. Long and powerful articulated steam locomotives. He did wield those powers. Exactly, Victor. He died before he could become an old man. Even so, that is, in all seriousness, it is pretty sad that he wasn't able to live a full life and died when he was only 49. I retract my roast, okay? Yeah, I know, James, but honestly, I do like Family Guy, modern Family Guy. Well, I wouldn't make my house fly, even if I could. Right, so we'll play this narrow gauge railways game on Roblox for a bit. Oi! One of the diesels is stealing the coaches now, Jesus. And then later on, we'll talk about the other major narrow gauge railway I'm going to be going on my trip. The first one I'll be doing, the ever iconic Tallylin Railway, which was the inspiration for the for the Skarloey for the narrow gauge Skarloey Railway in Thomas. Aaron Griffin. Once I have a 20 nugget share box, but I only shared one. You shouldn't have shared any of them. All 20 of those should have been to yourself, James. That's what I would have done anyway. Right. Coach. Wonder when Neon and Electro will show up, and I wonder if Cat's gonna join us tonight. Coaches, you dumbass. The couches. The couches. Coaches. Yes, it is called. See, even Victor knows the proper term for these railway vehicles. Coaches. Honestly odd, I think Victor knows slightly more about trains than even you. I've learned many train secrets. Yeah, Up's a great film. Right. So here I'm driving a double fairly now. Oh my god, he's blocking the line. Not yet, Jacob. Oh god. These coaches remind me of those that are used on the Brecon Mountain Railway, which is also a Welsh narrow gauge railway. Very Welsh. I'm so Welsh. My Welsh accent's terrible. The round things on the bottom, those are wheels. Yeah. Of course they're wheels. Wheels are found on cars as well. Right, I've got my 6 coaches now, so let's go. Of course I can confirm odds. That's very basic railway knowledge to know that the things underneath the train that run on the rails are known as wheels. That's very basic knowledge. It's the West Lancashire Railway. I've heard of that railway and I know how short it is. I don't actually know what the closest, obviously we have the Romney Hive and Dymchurch Railway, which I live near. Oh, I ran the diesel off. Yeah, he deserved it for stealing my rolling stock earlier. Oh, sorry, Mr. George, was that you? Oh, I'm sorry, George, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, I take back what I said about you deserving it. You just run my coaches off the track. Oh, Jesus. Oh, no! Oh, no! What is going on? Right, you know what? Sod the coaches. We're running along this railway light engine. How do I fucking uncouple? How do I fucking uncouple in this game? Oi, why does my mouse keep moving away every time I try to right-click on the coupling? Oh, screw it, I'm just deleting it. Right, screw it, we're running light engine. I just want to see what this railway looks like. Light engine means running with a single engine without pulling anything. Yes, those are known as wheels. We'll go along the main line first, why not? And that little PP expels smoke. A smokestack. Well, yeah, it is a smoke... Yes! It is a smokestack, Victor. At least that's what it's called in America. Or a funnel, or a chimney. There are multiple names. There are multiple names for it. But yeah, obviously we have the Romney Hive and Dymchurch Railway, but that's a miniature railway. That's smaller than 2-foot gauge. I honestly have no idea what the closest 2-foot gauge railway I live to is. Look what you've done to my bloody coaches, man! We'll head straight... Oh, bloody hell. We'll head straight on. Yes, it is a Nautical Nonsense stream now. Guys, this has been one of the most fun streams I've done for a while. I knew this stream would be a lot of fun, but I didn't know it would be this much fun. Odd and Victor are starting to learn a lot about railways now. Especially narrow gauge railways.
Oh god, there's a maintenance loco following me. Oh god, it's stalking me. Got a double fairly loco. We'll go straight on. Stop stalking me, maintenance loco! What are you doing? And I just ran right through a fallen tree on the line. What the actual hell? Oh, there seems to be an abandoned line there. I literally just ran right through a fallen tree on the line. In real life, the train would run right off the tracks. Oh, you have to make sure you don't crash. Oh, it's you who's in that, maintenance vehicle, is it, Stan? Oh, okay, so you're not actually stalking me. There's another tree on the tracks that I could just go right through. What the hell? What's even the point of having debris on the tracks? Of including debris on the tracks if you can just go right through it? I don't know, Jacob. I really don't know. Plastic tubes to control the smoke? Okay. Scare away train-eating predators like trucks or ferries. Well, not exactly. The whistle, as it's properly known. That's used to warn people or animals or other trains to get out of the way of the train incoming. Basically, it's to warn people ahead that the train's coming. Basically, it's to warn people ahead that the train's coming. I've actually concluded you are a safety risk due to running down a desolate line. Why? No, let's go through the tunnel, why not? Yeah, I know, Summer Rose, that's my little engine that could VHS review. It's especially important to whistle for tunnels, because they're quite dark and narrow, and if anyone's in a tunnel when a train's coming, there's not much room for them to stand aside. So that's why it's especially important for trains to whistle before entering and before exiting tunnels. I want a train lover to be able to explain it. This is his stream after all. And I am the train nerd after all. I'm not ashamed to be called a nerd. In fact, being called a nerd shouldn't be a bad thing. Right, here we are. We've made it to the slate quarry in this game. Can we head into the... No, we can't change these points. They must be broken. Put my Thomas VHS reviews on the Internet Archive. Sound sensible, James? I don't know, Jacob. Due to running down a diesel. Right, let's go this way. Let's go around the slate trucks. Welcome back, Jupiter. Oh, you see, this is a prime example of how articulate the double fairly locomotives are. They can go all the way around. They can go all the way around a curve as sharp as this without any difficulty whatsoever. Isn't that amazing, guys? Right, let's see what's in this mine. And we're stuck. Oh dear. We're stuck. I have completely wedged this engine. I've completely wedged this loco in an ultra narrow tunnel. Engines this size are supposed to be able to fit in tunnels this small. What the hell? See, I told you I'd thrown hands. Rips hand off and tosses it at Victor. I'll throw hands. No, No, as I said, being called a nerd shouldn't be a bad thing. Told you I'd throw hands. Oh, God. Oh, for goodness sake. Oh, yeah, that's cool, James. That's actually legitimately cool. Where does this tunnel lead? I thought that was a dead end. Suddenly I'm being reminded of the Thomas episode Duncan and the old mine. Yeah, this track comes out the other side, so by that logic the engine should be able to go through. Oh, the track just stops when it exits the mine. Maybe it was going to continue on. I don't know. But I can clearly see where the track bed is intended to go. You can see there's a indent there. Guess I'll be a train. Oh, you're changing your profile picture to be a train, are you? Victor becoming a train. Okay, Victor, I'll let you change your profile picture just one time for this stream. And if you are going to change it to being a train, change it to being a narrow gauge train to stay relevant with this stream. Like a Double Fairly or a Garrett. Wonder where this line goes. Oh, it wasn't a train. Seems you've changed yourself to being, Is that the Avengers character Cyborg you've got there, Victor? No, it isn't, Mr. George. Victor, that is not a train. I'm not 100% sure, but I believe that's Cyborg from the Avengers. Wait, no, Cyborg isn't an Avengers character. He's a DC character. Can you see how how poor my knowledge of superheroes is, guys? Really, I only care about the big three superheroes: Superman, Batman, and Spider-Man. Dude's name is literally A Train. Is it really? Like Anthony Train or something? Oh, Jesus Christ. You're now A Train from the boys. Oh, I see. Like Anthony Train, I see. Change your profile picture again to Macapaka. Okay. Oh, there's another diesel there. I can't be asked to run all the way back to where that Garrett was. Sorry, I mean fairly. Oh, for goodness sake. Get messages from the stars. What do you mean by that? Oh, for goodness sake. Okay, we're over halfway through the stream now and still no neon or electro. Right, guys, I'm gonna run to the loo again, and then I want to show you guys the other major narrow gauge railway I'm gonna be going on, and it's one that a lot of you Thomas fans are going to know a lot about. So I'm just gonna run to the loo again, and then I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. So, guys, what are you doing? It's one of us. If it goes sideways, I was asked to do this. Not my fault this time. Okay. Yeah, I adore Spyro the Dragon in Greeder. Right. So the other narrow gauge railway I'll be going on for the first time on my Wales trip in a few days is the Tallylyn Railway. Little further south from the Festiniog and Welsh Highland Railways. But the Tallylyn Rail, and also a slightly wider gauge at 2 feet 3 inches than just 2 feet. But the Tallylyn Railway is significant because it's the oldest preserved steam railway in the world. The very first one in the world to ever have been preserved. And it was the basis for the Skarloey Railway on Sodor. Yeah, you may recognise all the engines on the Tallylyn Railway having the exact same designs as the Skarloey Railway characters. So yeah, it runs from Towyn to Abergynolwyn and Nat Gwynol up in the Welsh hills. And just like the Festiniog Railway, it was built to take slate from the hills of Nat Gwynol down to the port at Towyn and the main line. And yes, all the engines of the Tallylyn Railway are based on real locomotives. Are based on the locomotives of the Tallylyn Railway and all of the Skarloey Railway characters. You know that because, guys, the writer of the original Thomas the Tank Engine Railway series books, the Reverend W. Awdry, he was a volunteer at the Tallylyn Railway in the 50s and maybe the 60s as well. I'm not sure how long he was a volunteer for, but he was a volunteer at the Tallylyn Railway, which was the inspiration for his Skarloey Railway. Exactly, Stan, especially as he was a volunteer there. Sorry, this is what I wanted to show you. The Little Railway with a Heart of Gold. I think this was 1955, actually. This is a very famous documentary from the 1950s about the Tallylyn Railway when it was first preserved. Very, very cute documentary. But before I show you it, I'll tell you about the Skarloey Railway. See, look, all the engines of the narrow gauge Skarloey Railway on Sodor. Sword and Victor, do you two recognise these narrow gauge characters here from Thomas? These narrow gauge characters, because all of them are based on real life engines. On the real engines of the Tallylyn Railway. So do you two recognise these characters? Surely, Odd, you must at the very least recognise Duncan, the yellow one. Because Duncan Gets Spooked is the episode you remember, is the Thomas episode I know you remember the most. Oh, Victor doesn't. Surely you at the very least recognise Duncan, Odds, the yellow one. And no, we won't watch an actual episode, Stan, but we will watch the Unlucky Tugs video about Skarloey himself later on. That's the Yellow Ranger, the Red Ranger, the Blue Ranger, and the Green Ranger. No.
I mean the train characters. They're not Power Rangers. Surely you at the very least recognise the yellow one, Duncan. I think you might be right about yellow, though. That sounds about right. Yeah, it is right, Odd. Duncan was the yellow one, the main character of that episode. I have no idea which engine I'm going to be pulled by on the Thailand Railway. Personally, though, I'm hoping for Edward Thomas, which is the real-life basis for Peter Sam, the green one over to the right. Anyway, let's watch this documentary now. It's a very cute documentary. It's nothing like the documentary we watched earlier, but it's still very cute. Once again, it has fantastic music. Though different music. Cool. Manchestershire Canal Class tank engine. Your favourite Unlucky Tug video. Cool. So yeah, this is the Thailand Railway was where railway preservation began in 1951. So nice that people still care about steam trains and preserving their history and legacy. Here we see loco number 2, Dolgok, the basis for Aeneas, running. Sheep on the tracks. If those were goats, Odd, which they're not, they're sheep, you'd probably be fuming right now as Dolgok, the engineer, trying to run them over. Jesus. But they're not goats, they're sheep.
They call her the old lady.
No, she's...
No,
his name is Dolgok.
She works on the Skarloey Railway in northern Wales. Built in 1865, she is the oldest operating locomotive in the world.
1865, yeah, these engines were extremely run down by the time when the Thailand Railway was preserved. Oh, cool. Oh, yeah, I remember that, James.
What's happening, George? I think a piece fell off the engine. Oh, don't be silly.
They've been saying Rheneas's name wrong the whole time. No, it's actually... I'm aware that it should be pronounced Rheneas, but honestly, I prefer the pronunciation of Rheneas. It's a lot simpler. The pronunciation Rheneas is a lot simpler on the mouth, in my opinion. Professional lawyer Sal Goodman.
Presently, a lady asks,
Sal Goodman.
What's happening, George? I think a piece fell off.
See, even the coaches on the Thailand Railway are exactly the same as those of the Skarloey Railway.
Oh, don't be silly. Presently.
Well, yeah, Jacob. Smudge's model was reused. Rheneas's model was reused for Smudger, repainted into green.
Asks, what's happening, George?
Skarloey.
I think a piece fell off the engine. Oh, don't be silly. So George inquires, I say, young man. What's
Yeah, me
happening
too,
down
Stan.
there? Oh, a piece fell off the engine.
The piece fell off the engine.
This is it, Gary. Where'd it come from? Oh, that's the, that comes off the,
Who that guy with the yellow hat?
what's happening?
Think that's a woman, actually, Odd. That's a woman, actually.
This is it.
At least
Gary.
it
Where'd
looks
come
like a
from?
woman.
Oh, that's the,
Peter Handel and
that
Sir
comes off
Sam.
the
Some bro. What, you think she looks like a male actor playing a woman, do you, Odd? I admit that is plausible now that I look at that person's face. I admit that is plausible.
This is it, Gary. Where'd it come from? Oh, that's that comes off the oh, do without that.
And then further up the line, Dolgok fails and they have to walk all the way back to collect that piece and fit it back on somewhere. She looked like a clown. I see what you mean, Odd. What do you want, Ryan? Okay, Jupiter. This music is really
The tiny
nice.
valley where the railway runs is encircled by gaunt and silent heights, the Cambrian mountains of Wales. The reason for the Tallylin's existence lies here.
Yep, indeed. As with the Festiniog, it was Welsh Railway. Sorry, Slate. More sheep. Welsh sheep.
These were the quarries of Bryn Eglwys. Men dug slate here, and they built their buildings of it, and they lived in them for 90 years. And then the slate gave out.
Oh dear.
Down below, the quarrymen had laid a railway to carry their slate out of the mountains to the sea. When the quarries closed,
Yeah, see that building there was obviously the old winch which used to pull slate trucks up to the top of the incline where the slate would be loaded and then lowered back down to the locomotives waiting at the bottom. That's the from the You're not asking a girl to the prom, just tell it straight. No, Odd. It's obviously because he literally doesn't know. How can you even work a steam train if you don't even know where each part of it goes? or at least know how to repair it.
When the quarries closed, the Tallylin was about to be demolished. But a little band of enthusiasts...
Yes, except the Tallylin Railway also carried passengers as well as slate, but slate is the main reason it existed. But listen carefully to this.
Closed, the Tallylin was about to be demolished. But a little band of enthusiasts showed up and objected. It's too nice to scrap, they said. Please, couldn't we have it instead? And they could. An entire railway as a gift. They've been running it ever since. Simply for the joy of it.
Adorable. Isn't this adorable, guys? People actively stepping in to preserve railways that they love. Isn't this adorable, Odd and Victor? This little group of enthusiasts actively keeping this railway running even after its financial purpose is gone because they love trains and they love running railways. Isn't that adorable, Odd and Victor? Defends many power claims in court with as many pens. Also, he's hot.
They've been running it ever since.
Hi,
Simply
Gary.
for the joy of it.
Adorable.
What sort of people are they, these amateur railroaders? Well, this engine driver is an actor on the BBC television in London.
Very nice.
The fireman, on the other hand, is only 14.
Yes, we are very lucky. Yeah, indeed, Stan. Maybe if the people in charge were goats, it'd be cute. I suppose, Odd. I suppose. Though, guys, I did recently have an idea. Oh, that's cool, Victor. No, it's okay, Odd. You can mention goats if you want. It's cute. Your love of goats is cute, I guess. I guess, Jacob. Though, guys, odd mentioning how it'd be cuter if the people in charge were goats. That's actually reminded me. Recently, I came up with an idea for a brand new series.
I came up with a brand new idea about a group of dragons running a 15-inch gauge miniature railway through this place called Draco Valley, mainly inspired by the Romney Hythe and Dymchurch Railway. And it kind of makes sense for dragons to drive steam trains, as they can breathe fire to keep the fire in the fireboxes going. Only natural, as they can breathe fire to keep the firebox going. You win automatically. So what do you guys think of that?
And has to spend part of his day in school.
£140 per square inch. Wait, did you hear that, guys? The fireman who's stoking the boiler of Dolgok is only 14, apparently. Well, he was at the time this was filmed.
The fireman, on the other hand, is only 14 and has to spend part of his day in school.
Very interesting that they allow that 14-year-olds are allowed to fire these small engines.
On leave from an overseas job with an oil company. The switchman, a bank accountant in Manchester. But running trains isn't all. They also serve who only stand and bash things with a sledgehammer. Here in the switchyard, other volunteers are at work tracking down the intricate ills of ancient equipment.
Yeah, wheels. Maintaining the wheels and things and the axles.
Over here, a civil engineer from Sussex.
Removing the axle boxes there.
A Yorkshire bus driver.
Changing the points to allow the wheels to go on a different track. Oh, did you see it jerked up a little bit?
Strangely assorted types.
Child labour, not gangster at all. The goats do not approve. Except he's not a child, he's a teenager. And also he's a volunteer, which means he willingly chooses to come help out on the Tallyland Railway without pay. That's what it means. So it's not really illegal child labour. Oh, cool, Stan. I'm actually doing a driver experience day at the Romney Hythe and Dymchurch Railway on the 19th of November. It's gonna be amazing, guys. I literally can't wait. I have no idea which engine I'm gonna be driving yet, but it's gonna be amazing. So remember, guys, it's happening on the 19th of November. Oh, for goodness sake, Gary, that's disgusting.
Strangely assorted types, perhaps.
Yes, they do.
But with one thing in common. They're doing a job, a hard job. And they'd rather be doing it than anything else they can think of.
Thanks,
They call
Stan.
themselves the Tallyland Railway Preservation Society. Now,
So yeah, what do you guys think of that idea? The railway dragons.
Preservation Society.
It's just a railway run by small dragons, about the size of Spyro.
Tallyland
I'm not quite old enough yet, though. That actually makes it even worse. He's not even getting a freaking shilling or whatever wooden money they used back in 1678. Odd, this was filmed in 1955, Odd. As I said, railway preservation began at the Tallyland in 1951. I'm pretty sure this was filmed in 1955. I don't even think railways were around in 1678. Maybe like horse-drawn railways, but certainly not railways as we know them today. No, but the point is, Odd, he's doing it willingly. The point is, Odd, he may not be being paid, but if he's doing it willingly, it shouldn't be a problem if he's not being paid. Freaking shit.
But yes, Odd, I do think that shillings were still being used in 1955. I think shillings were only abolished when decimalisation became a thing in the 70s.
Railway Preservation Society.
Him with the fraction.
Now, here's a little difficulty the Society has to deal with fairly frequently. A caboose off the rails.
You can tell this documentary was made for an American audience because they're using exclusively American railway terms instead of British railway terms. In the UK, we call cabooses brake vans. So yeah, or guards vans. So yeah, the Tallyland Railway would call this a guards van. Still, you were close. No, you weren't close at all, Odd. You were off by almost 300 years. Bloody hell. They gotta put some respect on the youth. Is he doing it willingly, or was he doing it where he doesn't get whacked by his dad? Where if he won't, where he does it, he won't get whacked by his dad. I'm sure he is doing it willingly. What does that even mean, Victor? And I wonder where Neon could be. Sorry, and Electro.
Another idea. Someone almost always does.
Go straight to data. Do not pass go. Do not collect 200
Things
pestos.
can be terribly confusing sometimes, especially when you've only just joined the Preservation Society and you're anxious to do everything exactly right.
This looks like a legit comedy sketch. This bit here was very obviously scripted. This is supposed to be like a documentary, but this was so obviously scripted. He's having to keep his foot on the switch so it won't change, on the switch lever so it won't change back while he's trying to push the slate truck over it. He mixed caboose and guards van and brake van. Guards van and brake van. Cabussy. What the hell even is a cabussy? What country would even call a caboose / brake van / guards van a cabussy? What the actual hell? Some people have theorized that that guy there actually is the Reverend W. Awdry Stan. But turns out it actually isn't, or at least I don't think. But look at it, that nerd getting owned while the Chad is watching him. You're laughing, are you? Oh, cool. And some people have also theorized that the kid watching him is Reverend Awdry's son, Christopher, but I think this is confirmed to not have been true. Oh. Cabussy, as in pussy. Oh, for Christ's sake. Christ's sake, Victor. And look! Even after he pushed the slate truck into the siding, it starts rolling back immediately. Because it's obviously on a slight gradient. You can't catch a break, that guy.
Boys in the repair shop, for example.
I know he does, but it's confirmed to not have been him.
Up and down that bumpy track since 1865 develop all sorts of obscure geriatric complaints, and these fellows have to be ready for anything.
Obscure problems.
One of the things steam engines often do is spring a leak in the boiler. This requires welding.
Oh, can you not talk about exploding bladders, Gary? That is legitimately disgusting. Get owned, nerd man. Push that back.
Or, alternatively, he could just give up, not bother, sit on his arse eating that sandwich or smoking or whatever, and then eventually get kicked out of the society because he didn't do his damn job. Oh, bloody hell. I would just kick the thing. What? Kick the truck? What? Kick the truck or the switch, Stan?
6 times a day, an engine stands in the main station, quietly huffing under its breath, waiting for customers.
Yeah, good job,
Just as people
James.
come 100 miles or more to work on the Tally Lane, so others come from as far to ride on it.
Yeah, I'm coming that. Yeah, I'm coming 100 plus. I'm going 100 plus miles to ride on the Tallylin Railway and the other railways in Snowdonia. Yeah, Snowdonia is basically the place in Wales I'm going. Own the weirdo bladder man.
And to see the valley up.
If they do, they'll get a warning, and if they ignore it, they'll be. And if they keep on ignoring the warnings, they'll be timed out. Executed by firing squads. Oh god. Oh, this has been such a fun stream, guys. Would be in pieces if it kept upping up. Like, would you take out an axe and chop it into driftwood, Stan? I can see you doing that. Hi Electro, welcome to the stream. Nice to see you. Odd and Victor are both here. Unfortunately, Neon's in a bad mood, so I don't think he'll be joining us. Right now, we're talking about one of the narrow gauge railways I'll be travelling on. We're talking about the Tallylin Railway, the inspiration for the Skarloey Railway on Sodor. And I'm showing everyone this cute documentary about the Tallylin Railway from the 50s, not long after it was first preserved.
6 times a day,
James did.
In the main station,
we're talking about because he was talking about bladders.
Just as people come 100 miles or more to work on the Tally Lane, so
he'll have to wait until the 5-minute timeout is finished, Davin, before he can come back.
So others come from as far to ride on it, and to see the valley of the Avon Bethayou, through which it runs.
When the timeout ends, exactly. Oh, cool, Electro. Oh yeah, of course, that's why you took such a long time to come. You were finishing off that image. Oh yeah, of course. We'll check it out in a second once we finished watching this. Slowly unscrew it and take it apart. I would burn it an accident until it's hashed. Exactly. I think I would too, Stan. Now that engine there is Sir Hayden, the inspiration for just smash the thing. No precision, no timing, just smash the thing before covering it in petrol and throwing a match on it. Yes. So yeah, that engine there you're seeing now is Sir Hayden, the basis of Sir Handel in Thomas.
The line runs from Towan, which is on the sea, to Abergenolan.
Oh, you can see a slate truck at the very back of that train.
Towan, which is
Strange.
on the sea, to Abergenolan, which is pretty much nowhere.
A random truck at the very back. I think Abergenolan's like a little village, so not really nowhere, but
Distance,
whatever.
6 3/4 miles. Journey time, 45 minutes. Average
Technically
speed,
7
9
miles.
miles per hour.
Technically 7 miles, as it's been slightly extended to Natgolan now, where the base of the slate quarry used to be.
Conveniently, all the stations are on the same side of the track, so the coaches only have to have doors on one side.
Interesting.
To make sure trains pass neatly at sidings, and
He'll have to ride it out.
Yes, he will, Odd, exactly.
To make sure trains pass neatly at sidings instead of colliding on the main line, drivers pick up something called a staff every so often.
Yes.
Before he can enter a new section, the driver must have the proper staff with him. Since there's only one per section, this is an ironclad guarantee that nobody else will be coming the other way.
Yeah, very interesting.
After all those years of Welsh weather, cross ties decay, spikes get looser, rails spread dangerously. Finally, a wheel jumps the tracks, and then...
Yeah, this often happened to Sir Hayden in the early days of the Italian Railways preservation. Sir Hayden would often derail due to its weight and the poor condition of the tracks. And the poor condition of the tracks the Thailand had in the 50s. And Sir Hayden's frequent derailments was the inspiration for the railway series story A Bad Day for Sir Handel, in which Sir Handel derails in that as well. You still there, Electro, and Victor as well? Victor hasn't chatted for a while either. Is he still there?
Derailed. A long, exhilarating mountain walk ahead.
Oh dear.
The gauge is supposed to be 2 feet 3 inches. When it isn't, there's almost always trouble.
That now looks to be about 2 feet 5 inches. Yeah, so that's important with, I think he understands now, James. That's what happens when a loco of the wrong gauge tries to run on narrower when a loco of a specific gauge tries to run on narrower or wider tracks than the gauge it's built for, it derails.
2 feet 3 inches. When it isn't, there's almost always trouble. Working here in the lonely mountains, struggling to lift 8 tons of engine back onto the rails with one small jack. This, too, is part of the challenge, the adventure.
It's a hard job, but they have to be prepared for. But if you want to volunteer at a steam railway, these are the sorts of things you've got to be prepared for.
This, too, is part of the challenge, the adventure. And amongst the British, adventures are properly met with a somewhat grim expression on the face.
Oh dear.
And then a discovery. From the refreshment stock, some leftover ice cream, which is all the dinner they'll have this night.
Only a small pot of ice cream for dinner. How depressing is that? I mean, of course ice cream's good. Ice cream's always good. If it's a flavour I like, of course, but a small pot of ice cream, all that for dinner, that's not enough.
And so the engine sits, being wrestled inch by inch back onto the rails. It's past midnight before the job's finished.
Past midnight? Jesus Christ, I would not be prepared to sit there for that long, trying to get a locomotive back on the rails, regardless of how big or small it was. That won't keep you going. Exactly, Oz. I totally agree, Oz. That won't keep you going. Why couldn't they have brought up... That's the kind of dessert you top things with. I know, Oz, I know. Why couldn't they have... They could have at least brought some sandwiches up on another train from Tallinn for the
for the crew to have while they work to re-rail Sir Hayden. Yeah, they could have at least brought some sandwiches up. Yeah, having ice cream to eat as they try to re-rail Sir Handel or another of the narrow gauge engines. I do agree, Stan. Electro, are you still there? Oh, sorry.
Wrestled inch by inch back onto the rails. It's past midnight before the job's finished.
So dummy thick at times. Yeah.
Every morning, some hapless volunteer comes down to the engine shed in the cold Welsh dawn to start fires.
Yeah, start
First, some cotton waste soaked in gasoline.
Yes, I wouldn't be surprised. Although, to be fair, Victor, when the Talleyrand Railway was first preserved, they didn't have a lot of money and could barely keep the railway going. They didn't have a lot of money and could barely keep the railway going, which is most likely why ice cream was the only thing they had for dinner that night. Just uploading your research? Okay. Tinky Winky did a stinky. We will after we finish watching this. Dummy minus the thick. Yeah, to be fair, Victor, the Talleyrand Railway didn't have that much money when it was first preserved. But nowadays they're much more financially stable.
Then a few discarded cross ties. Later on, when this is burning well, comes the coal.
Yeah, building up the yeah, that's how you start a steam locomotive fire. To boil up the water and build up the steam pressure to drive the wheels.
Later, the kettle boils. This rig is a construction train, off to replace some more of that moldering track. Yard by yard, the Preservation Society is relaying the entire line. Only a railway man will realize how staggering a task this is for people who can only work at it in their spare time. Second-hand standard gauge ties, sawed in half for the narrow gauge.
Nice. Yeah, relaying the entire line. Completely upgrading, pulling up all the weeds, upgrading the permanent way. Very interesting idea to use standard gauge railway sleepers, as us Brits call them, sawn in half for narrow gauge.
Sawed in half for the narrow gauge.
Only up to my old tricks. I know. Hey, wait a minute. Oh my god, James, you've stolen Stan's profile picture. I thought you were Stan for a second. Oh my god, James, you cheeky little devil. Stan, if you're still there, you know James has stolen your profile picture.
How staggering a task this is for people who can only work at it in their spare time. Second-hand standard gauge ties, sawed in half for the narrow gauge.
Yeah, they had to completely upgrade it. Jesus. Yep. Widened it out to 2 3 inch gauge. Yeah, hammer the rails into place with the rail spikes.
One of the advantages of a narrow gauge railway is that if you don't like it where it is, you just pick it up and move it.
Exactly. Much lighter than... As we established earlier, narrow gauge rails are much lighter than standard gauge rails.
As the last ballast is tamped in, regular service gets underway again. In the switchyard, the old lady starts off, sprightly and full of zip, to pick up her train.
Old lady.
But occasionally someone on a switch will make a mistake.
I don't get why most steam engines are referred to as female when they have male-sounding names.
Some of these mistakes have to be discovered the hard And some of these mistakes have to be discovered the hard way.
Oh God. Went sentence the wrong siding. Am I Spider-Man or Odd? You're Odd. Odd. Or Peter, rather. Yeah, you've given away your real name. Oh dear. Gone onto the siding. Those comedic expressions there. Yeah, this was also clearly scripted.
However, small railways generally have small accidents. The wagon will need a little repair, but the old lady goes right off to work again.
Beautiful sight, isn't that, guys?
Tally-Lin trains are prepared to stop pretty much anywhere, for anyone. The railway caters, for example, to a number of farmers' wives who go into town every Friday and come back on the afternoon train, accompanied by the week's supplies.
Exactly. Exactly. No, it isn't, Odds. It's called the Little Railway with a Big Heart. It's called The Railway with a Heart of Gold, this documentary.
This, then, is the Tally-Lin Railway and its Preservation Society. Men who have found a challenge and take a special sort of joy in answering it. They found a railway which was crumbling slowly into dust and made it come alive again. And it may just be that another generation will thank them for preserving the Tally-Lin. For it.
I know I certainly thank them for preserving the Tally-Lin Railway and many other railways across the country and the world. All those other preservation societies who preserve many other railways across the country and the world. I'm part of that. I'm part of that newer generation who thank them. Form changes, eh? What do you mean, Electro?
That another generation will thank them for preserving the Tally-Lin. For it is a relic.
For goodness sakes, please stop doing that, wonderful Rob. Please just stick to one profile picture. But then unexpectedly the train does a flip, explodes and the wagons disintegrate. For Christ's sake, no, Stan! That would be awful if that happened to Dolgot, one of the oldest engines. Why do you change your form to mirror train?
Be that another generation will thank them for preserving the Tally-Lin. For it is a relic.
For preserving the Tally-Lin Railway. For preserving and heritage and steam railways all over the world, Odds. What did he say they were preserving? The Tally-Lin Railway. This railway that we're seeing in the video.
They found a railway which was crumbling slowly into dust and made it come alive again.
Come on, just change it,
wonderful. It may just be that another generation will thank them for preserving the Tally-Lin. For it is a relic, this railway.
It would be funny, but also sad at the same time.
For it is a relic, this railway. A bit of ornamental scrollwork lifted from the pattern of yesterday and kept as a memento.
Yes. Wonderful stuff. If no harm done, then change it back and do your normal one and stick with that. Oh, right, sorry, I mean wonderful lords. Parson Divwood. Judd Woolen. Very nice. Very beautiful. I'm planning on doing a video series of my trip to Wales as well, guys. Similar to the one I did for my Nice trip. Hope you're looking forward to that and all the premieres of it. Right, so while we're on the subject of the Tallylin Railway and the Skarloey Railway, let's check out the Unlucky Tugs, Sodor's Finest video about Skarloey, who's based on the real-life engine of the Tallylin Railway, number 1, Tallylin. I have no idea what Tallylin means, but I think Skarloey means lake in the woods in Welsh, according to the railway series. I think Odd knows the most about trains out of all of us. The fact he found out about trains have wheels under them is crazy. I never would have known. Oh, Jesus. No, he and Victor know the least about trains. But they are learning. They are starting to learn. Thanks to this stream. They are starting to learn thanks to this stream. Right. Oh yeah, we were going to do that as well. Why exactly is it your favourite Stan? Lin Lilicoid. Doesn't it mean Skarloey? Oh, whatever. Maybe it's Sudrian, the Sudrian language for lake in the woods. What the fuck is a train? Why is Skarloey your favourite character, Stan? Okay, but before we do that, we'll check out Electro's image if he really wants us to. Just like his character, old and wise. Yeah, me too. He had a pretty interesting arc. Oh, that's incredible, Electro. Amazing. I love the 8-pack you've given yourself on your chest. And I love your scepter as well. Only made for me, and it will become part of me forevermore. Absolutely fantastic, Electro. As I said, I love the 8-pack you've given yourself. So smart. Train is like a bus, but it can only go specific routes. No, it runs on rails and is powered by a locomotive. It's not really a bus. Not really. Just ignore him in Season 7 onwards. Understandable. Right, here we go. Skarloey's Sodor's Finest video. This also... Skarloey is a narrow gauge engine, so this does link to the... So this is relevant to the subject of the stream. Hey, British guy, we're about to watch this. You're welcome, Electro. This is the music I played at the beginning of this stream. Cool, super British guy.
High in the hills of the island of Sodor, hidden deep in the Howindewy Valley, runs a little railway. A little narrow gauge
Rattlesnake
railway.
bus.
A charming little narrow gauge railway.
Sometimes
with a
steam
heart
or
of gold,
diesel
one
powered.
might say. The charming little railway runs around a lake in the woods and past a beautiful waterfall. It is run by a fleet of charming little steam engines.
Yes.
One of these little engines is named Skarloey, and today I'm going to tell you his story.
I love Skarloey's theme.
You'll be hearing this theme. You'll be hearing this theme a lot in my Welsh trip video series, guys.
Skarloey is
that
the
would
oldest
explain his behaviour in the later seasons, James. His massive change in personality.
Skarloey is the oldest working engine
British.
on the island of Sodor. He is an astounding 115 engine on the island of
pulling,
Sodor. He is
Duncan
an
back.
astounding 157 years old.
Well, 157 years at the time this video was uploaded in 2021. Now he's 159 years old, I think. Wait, no, 158. Well, oh, I don't know. Was it 1864 or 1865 he was built? I'm not sure.
Skarloey is the oldest
agree,
working
Stan.
engine on the island of Sodor. He is an astounding 157 years old, and still kicking strong. Skarloey is
Amazing.
a kind, wise old sage, and incredibly faithful. Once impatient, reckless, and full of his own ideas in his youth, Skarloey is now a very respected, firm, and fair engine. Although
Very
he may
strong-
still be reckless and
Very, very great character arc he had in the Railway series. Alright, Victor, if you want. Thank you so much for coming. This stream's been a lot of fun. I'll see you next week.
reckless, and full of his own ideas in his youth, Skarloey is now a very respected, firm, and fair engine. Although he may still be reckless and childish, depending on what episode you watch.
Yes. Yeah, I agree, Stan.
Youth, Skarloey is now a very respected, firm, and fair engine. Although he may still be reckless and childish, depending on what episode you watch. Skarloey has an unbreakable spirit, and utmost respect for the passengers that visit his little railway. Everything he does for them. He works alongside Rheneas, who he has worked with for so long that he is basically a brother to him.
Exactly, just like the real-life Tallyllin and Dolgoch. Duke is very out of scale. How come, James?
Alongside Rheneas, who he has worked with
Still
for
there,
so
Electro?
long that he is basically a brother to him. He also has a real-life twin called Tallyclin, who you can go and see for yourself in person in Wales.
Exactly. For some reason, Unlucky Type pronounces Tallyllin as Tallyclin, but I don't understand why. I know for a fact it's pronounced Tallyllin.
Who so long that he is basically a brother to him. He also has a real-life twin called Tallyclin, who you can go and see for yourself in person in Wales. Skarloey is the heart of Wilbert Awdry's Railway series, and a cherished favorite among Thomas fans. And today we're going to take a deep dive on just what Skarloey is really all about.
Better
As
than the TV
always,
series? In some ways it is, Stan, but in other ways I prefer the TV series. Hi,
And a
Dimitros.
cherished
Welcome to the
favorite
stream.
among
Please
Tom's
subscribe if you
fans.
haven't already.
And today we're going to take a deep dive on just favorite among Thomas fans. And today we're going to take a deep dive on just what Skarloey is really all about.
Alright then, James.
As always, we'll start from the very beginning.
The Railway series. Oh, that's the music we just heard.
It is absolutely impossible to talk
I
about
don't want to be
Skarloey's
reminded
origins
of that
without
British guy.
the very beginning.
Yeah, me too, Stan.
It is absolutely impossible to talk about Skarloey's origins without talking about the real-life counterpart, the Tallyclin Railway in Wales. So I'm going to give you
Which
all a
we
brief
just
history
talked
on the
about.
railway first, before we begin.
Such nice music.
The 1830s. History on the railway
There's no
first,
C
before we
either. Stan. That's what
The
Wales looks like.
1830s. In the north of Wales, slate mining had become a booming industry. By the 1840s, a large slate mine called Bryn Eglwys was in full operation. A railway was constructed in 1864 to transport the slate from the mines to Tallinn,
it was 1864.
and from there to the harbour and beyond. The railway was called the Skarloey Railway. From there to the harbour before to transport the slate from the mines to Tallinn, and from there to the harbour and beyond. The railway was called the Skarloey Railway, and commissioned 2 steam engines from Fletcher Jennings Works in Whitehaven. The first engine was named Skarloey after the railway, and the second was called Dalgok. For many, many years, these two ran the railway alone.
Yes. Real life.
By the 1940s,
The
Skarloey
real life Skarloey and Rheneas, Tallinn and Dalgok.
By the 1940s, Skarloey had put in a good 70-odd years of service and was worn out. The engine was placed in an open shed while Dalgok ran the struggling railway. By 1950, it was very clear Dalgok was on her last legs, and the railway's fate was nearing. Steam enthusiasts found the little railway fascinating. The fact it was still operating as its own company while every other railway was now under BR ownership, and with the same 2 engines it had from day one, made it incredibly unique. Steam enthusiast Tom Rolt formed the
Wouldn't you agree, that it's very unique?
BR ownership, and with the same 2 engines it had from day one.
Wouldn't you agree that's very unique, Odd? The same 2 engines running the railway, running a railway from day one, all throughout its entire economic life.
BR ownership, and with the same 2 engines it had from day one, made it incredibly unique. Steam enthusiast Tom Rolt formed the Skarloey Preservation Society and led the attempt to preserve it. Efforts were complex, but successful, and in February 1951, it was complete. The Skarloey Railway became the first officially preserved railway in the world.
Indeed.
The first public train under preservation ownership ran on May 14th. Its 2 old engines were overhauled while 2 new ones were purchased to help keep the railway running.
Yeah, those 2 new engines were the basis for Sir Handel and Peter Sam, as I just said.
50s was a very experimental time for the Skarloey.
Indeed.
As people fascinated by this little line soon came in swoons to volunteer. The idea of a steam railway operating solely by volunteers was novel at the time. The trains simply ran because people wanted them to.
Yes. Yes, a railway simply running because people want it to run.
Novel at the time. The
Brilliant.
trains simply ran
Very brilliant.
because people wanted them to. A one Reverend Wilbert Audrey heard about the Skarloey after the first meeting of the Preservation
The writer of
Society
the Thomas
and
books.
promptly joined. He visited on holiday in 1952 with his family and began volunteering as a guard, plate layer, and booking clerk. Audrey was so inspired by this charming little railway and these locomotives that he wanted to write about them in his Railway series books. In 1955, the 10th book called 4 Little Engines was published. The book featured a fictional narrow-gauge railway on the island of Sodor that was run by 2 little engines who became worn out and 2 others came there to help them.
Exactly.
It should be noted that all the stories of this book were completely inspired by actual real-life events on the Skarloey.
Yes. If you guys know the Railway series, you'll know that a lot of the Thomas stories that the Reverend Wilbur Audrey wrote, they were all based on real-life railway events, and the Skarloey Railway was no exception.
Of this book were completely inspired by actual real-life events.
Top
on
Gear
the
Stream,
Skarloey.
maybe.
Rails being so old and worn that engines fell between them. They were fresh.
Exactly. We wouldn't have half as many railways and steam locos as we do today. Well, locos were being preserved as far back as the end of the 20th century, or maybe even earlier, I believe, Stan, but not full-on railways. As I said, locomotives were, but not full-on railways.
Were completely inspired by actual real-life events on the Talyllyn.
You are now.
Rails being so old and worn that engines fell between them.
Are you paying attention to
The
this,
refreshment lady
Electro?
being left behind
You don't seem to have chatted for a long
inspired by
time.
actual real-life events on the Talyllyn. Rails being so old and
Hi
worn
Dominic,
that
it's
engines
been a
fell
while since
between
we've
them.
seen you.
He
Welcome.
noted
At the
that
moment we're
all the
talking
stories
about the
of this
Talyllyn
book were
Railway.
completely inspired by actual
and the
real-life
Skarloey
events
Railway,
on the Talyllyn.
mainly.
Rails being so old and worn that engines fell between them. The refreshment lady being left behind when the guard blew his whistle too early, who was Audrey himself, I should mention. And the railway's
Very
oldest engine left in an open shed when he became too worn out to be useful. That little engine's name was Skarloey.
Yes.
This is his story.
Again.
In 1863, a new narrow gauge railway was constructed on the island of Sodor.
In-universe history of the Skarloey Railway.
A new narrow gauge railway was constructed on the island of Sodor to transport copper, and later slate, from a mine in the Wardfell Mountain, down to a standard gauge transfer point at Crobin's Gate. The railway ran up the valley and terminated at the lake of Skarloey, and was thus named the Skarloey Railway.
Ryan.
The railway required steam engines, and two were commissioned from Fletcher Jennings Works in England. The first engine was built in 1864, and was the railway's namesake, Skarloey.
Oh yeah, it was.
Skarloey was built alongside his twin, Talyllyn. When they were both complete, Talyllyn went off to the Talyllyn Railway in Wales, while Skarloey was sent to a harbour bound for the island of Sodor. At this time, there was no bridge connection between Sodor and the mainland, so Skarloey had to be sent to the island by ship. In 1865, Skarloey arrived at Kirk Ronan Harbour aboard the P.S. Cumberland Road. The harbour had no cranes, so he was lifted off using the ship's derricks.
Oh, God.
Skarloey was loaded onto a flatbed and transported to his new home by a Sodor and mainland railway engine called Neil.
So you're bound for the wee railway.
Wonder if Neil is still around.
Put some order into those trucks. The havens they make you hard to believe. What?
When Skarloey arrived, he found the work he was designated to do unfit
I beg
for a
your
brand
pardon
new engine.
of
Skarloey
the week.
The havens they make you hard to believe. What?
When Skarloey arrived...
Okay, I think I need to go as well. I just had to be here for a smidge longer than Victor for once. Yes, I know. Usually it's Victor who's here for longer than you, but yeah, we can have some subversion this one time. Thanks for coming on. It was a lot. Tonight's stream's been a lot of fun, especially with you two around. I'm glad that you two are starting to learn more, to be more open to learning about railways, especially narrow gauge ones. You seem to have had a lot of fun. You two seem to have had a lot of fun here tonight, and I had fun hosting this stream as well. Night night, Art. Hope you have fun in your dreams tonight, and can't wait to tell you all about my Wales trip. And I hope you'll come to the premiere of all of my Wales trip videos. Yeah, see you later, all. Thanks for coming.
You're bound for the wee railway.
Are you still there, Electro?
The havens they make you hard to believe.
What? When Skarloey arrived, he found the work he was designated to do.
I've already written all 6 episodes.
Order into those trucks. The havens they make you hard to believe.
What? When Skarloey arrived, he found the work he was designated to do unfit for a brand new engine like him. He wanted to pull passengers, not dirty wagons. The workers there were new to steam engines and couldn't figure out how to get him to work right. Skarloey refused to cooperate, and eventually the manager, Mr. Mack, became fed up. He sheeted Skarloey up until further notice. He was eventually unsheeted after he apologized and was put to work.
That was a little
In September, he was eventually unsheeted after he apologized and was put until further notice. He was eventually unsheeted after he apologized and was put to work. In September, the second engine René after he apologized and was put to work. In September, the sexually unsheeted after he apologized and was put to work. In September, the second engine Renéus arrived, and the two did not get along. Skarloey was bouncy and impatient, while Renéus was the more sensible of the two. After an incident with Mr. Mack falling off the footplate when Skarloey bounced about too much, It was decided he'd be rebuilt with a set of trailing wheels to steady him. 2 years later, Skarloey returned back to the railway a very different looking engine. He now had a set of rear trailing wheels and a cab, which was a new thing for engines at the time. He was quite the sight and received a lot of attention from passengers and workers abound. Even the snooty coaches were impressed by him. This made him more big-headed than ever, and he and Reneus would quarrel constantly.
You should get one like me and be up to date. No, thank you. You look like a snail with that house on your back.
So much so that the man...
Oh, damn, yeah, that's a big roast.
No, thank you. You look like a snail with that house on your back.
So much so that the men had to park them in the shed back to back so that they wouldn't fight at night. When the rain came, Skarloey was used more often than Reneus because his cab would keep the crews dry. He got stuck in a mudslide one day, and Reneus was forced to come rescue him.
Oh dear. Mudslide, fitting as the last Redcliff Railway Tales episode was about mudslide.
Skarloey looked ridiculous covered in mud. So ridiculous that Reneus couldn't help but laugh. The laugh was contagious, and Skarloey laughed too. They laughed so much the men thought the poor engines had gone mad.
Are you still there,
From that day on, Skarloey and Reneus became good friends. Brothers, one might say, and they worked together on their little railway for many, many years after that. As the engines grew older, they both learned sense. Skarloey became a much more mature engine, and gained a respect for the passengers that paid to ride their little line. As was just recently revealed to the public, Audrey wrote in his notes the fate of the nearby Sodor and Mainland Railway. The railway fell into hard times and needed funds. Neil, the engine that unloaded Skarloey, was sold off to the Crovan's Gate Mining Company, and would transport the slate Skarloey would bring...
Indeed, Stan. Yes, he did indeed, and rightfully so. Can you stop talking about exploding bladders? I hate
Sodor
that.
And Mainland Railway. The railway fell into hard times and needed funds. Neil, the engine that unloaded Skarloey, was sold off to the Crovan's Gate Mining Company, and would transport the slate Skarloey would bring down to him to the harbour at Kirk Ronan. When Neil was away for repairs, Skarloey would step in and be loaded onto a special gauge converter wagon to run on standard gauge tracks. He would haul the standard gauge wagons to the harbour, which for a little narrow gauge engine was a long distance and a significantly heavier load. This frequent overuse eventually wore Skarloey out. By the 1940s, Skarloey was in such bad shape that he couldn't be used anymore, and was put aside to be steamed only in emergencies. He was retired to an open shed at Crovan's. In the 1940s, Skarloey was in overuse eventually wore Skarloey out. By the 1940s, Skarloey was in such bad shape that he couldn't be used anymore, and was put aside to be steamed only in emergencies. He was retired to an open shed at Crovan's Gate, while Reneus ran the railway all by himself for the foreseeable future.
It's my turn now, he said. You've done more than your share of hard work.
Both engines at this time were over 70 years old. Reneus ran the line for a good 8 years or so on his own, but eventually kicked the bucket when he broke down en route. The railway had fortunately arranged for 2 new engines, and when Sir Handel and Peter Sam arrived, Reneus was sent away to be overhauled. Skarloey, however, stayed in his shed. That is, until one fateful day when Sir Handel derailed and an engine was needed pronto to pull the market day train. Skarloey volunteered, and with no other options, the manager agreed. Skarloey steamed for the first time.
I believe the story Old Faithful was. I believe the story Old Faithful was also inspired by an event that actually happened at the Thailand Railway, where after over 10 years, almost 15 years of not being used, Tally Lynn had to be steamed.
One fateful day when Sir Handel derailed and an engine was needed pronto to pull the market day train. Skarloey volunteered, and with no other options, the manager agreed. Skarloey steamed for the first time in about 9 years. His condition.
9 years.
Skarloey steamed for the first time in about 9 years. Market day train. Skarloey volunteered, and with no other options, the manager agreed. Skarloey steamed for the first time in about 9 years. His condition was poor, and the crew feared the entire time his boiler might explode. On the journey back down, Skarloey broke a spring, and although the crew were ready to throw in the towel and phone for a bus, Skarloey wasn't a quitter. Leaking steam in all directions and leaning to one side, Skarloey crawled the train home. Say it with me now. What a Chad. The crew were so pleased with him, they dubbed him Old...
It is a rough backstory. Skarloey did have a rough backstory, a very well-developed backstory as well.
And although the crew were ready to throw in the towel and phone for a bus, Skarloey wasn't a quitter. Leaking steam in all directions and leaning to one side, Skarloey crawled the train home. Say it with me now. What a Chad. The crew were so pleased with him, they dubbed him Old Faithful and promised to send him away to be fully overhauled. Skarloey was sent back to England, where he reunited with his twin, Tallyclyn, the first time the two twins had seen each other in many, many years. In 1958, Skarloey returned home from England feeling like a new engine, and went back into regular service on the railway's roster. And he still is, to this very day. In 1965, Skarloey's 100th birthday was celebrated. In 2021, Skarloey is 157 years old, as is his real-life counterpart, Tallyclyn. He is the oldest working engine on the island of Sodor, which is a huge honor to hold, and one he'll hold for the rest of time. Skarloey may not be real.
Right away. Oh yeah, that's from the story.
Engine is real. In 21, Skarloey is 157 years old, as is his real-life counterpart, Tallyclyn. His 100th birthday was celebrated. In 2021, Skarloey is 157 years old, as is his real-life counterpart, Tallyclyn. He is the oldest working engine on the island of Sodor, which is a huge honor to hold, and one he'll hold for the rest of time. Skarloey may not be real, but Tallyclyn is, and the fact she is still alive and steaming today is a testament to the passion and dedication of railway volunteers everywhere. The Tallyclyn and the Skarloey go hand in hand. If it weren't for the charm of the Tallyclyn, Audrey would never have no hand of railway volunteers everywhere.
No, Ryan, stop asking to be moderator.
But Tallyclyn is, and the fact she is still alive and steaming today is a testament to the passion and dedication of railway volunteers everywhere. The Tallyclyn and the Skarloey go hand in hand. If it weren't for the charm of the Tallyclyn, Audrey would never have written stories about Skarloey. And if it weren't for Skarloey's large reach, the Tallyclyn would not be as much of a crowd drawer as it is today. Not too shabby, considering one of these two railways isn't even real. Now that we know the history, let's get into his character. I'm just gonna say it. Skarloey is the most developed character in the whole Railway series. Characters like Gordon and Edward and Henry are all super developed too, especially Gordon, as we followed his whole character journey from start to end. But Skarloey is a bit different from Gordon because he has the advantage of being a lot older, with several more gaps of time to fill stories into. Skarloey's life started in an entirely different century, the mid-1800s, in a totally different time period to now. We saw all different...
Yes, where not a single person... Yes, can you believe that Tallyclyn and Skarloey's lives started when not a single person who's alive today was alive? Can you guys believe that? But Tallyclyn, the real engine Tallyclyn, has been around longer than any single person who's currently alive today.
The advantage of being a lot older, with several more gaps of time to fill stories into. Skarloey's life started in an entirely different century, the mid-1800s, in a totally different time period to now. We saw all different sides of the character through different periods. When Skarloey was young and new, he was impatient, hot-headed, and never listened to reason. He was very rambunctious and eager to get out in the world. And when Rheneas would try to bring him back down to earth, he'd snap at him and the two would argue. When Mr. Mac tried to get him to pull trucks, he didn't cooperate. When he got it, the two would argue in the world.
I don't know. But honestly, no human can live for 200 years. I heard somewhere that the theoretical maximum lifespan of a human is 150 years. Before all the cells in the body just give out completely. Unless cell repair technology was invented, of course. Because if cell repair technology was a thing, then humans would be able to live for far, far, far longer. Maybe even be immortal. But yes, Electra, I am aware that dragons can live for 1,000+ years. So technically, Electro, your dragon form is capable of living longer, far longer than Skarloey and Tallylin have. Yeah, I try not to, Electro.
When Skarloey was young and new, he was impatient, hot-headed, and never listened to reason.
I don't know how to help you,
He was very
James.
rambunctious
I'd like to help you,
and eager to get out in the
how.
world. And when Rheneas would try to bring him back down to earth, he'd snap at him and the two would argue. When Mr. Mac tried to get him to pull trucks, he didn't cooperate. When he got his new cab, he was super boastful. Very unlike the Skarloey we know and love now, but not out of the ordinary for a young engine. As time went on, Skarloey realized the value of hard work, but never boastful.
We're getting towards the end now. We're 35 minutes away from the end now. It's been a very fun stream, though. I knew this would be a fun one, but but it's been even more fun than I thought it would be. Dragons have a maximum lifespan of 10,000 years. Wow. That's even longer than dinosaurs. Yeah, it's been a very long stream. Some have lived even longer than 10,000 years. Oh my god, Electro. Do the dragons of Skywrite Kingdom have a similar lifespan?
Tried to bring him back down to earth, he'd snap at him and the two would argue.
10,000+ years.
And when Rheneas would try to bring him back down to earth, he'd snap at him and the two would argue. When Mr. Mac tried to get him to pull trucks, he didn't cooperate. When he got his new cab, he was super boastful. Very unlike the Skarloey we know and love now, but not out of the ordinary for a young engine. As time went on, Skarloey realized the value of hard work and grew up. For 70-something years, only he and Rheneas ran the whole railway by themselves. He very quickly understood just how important passengers were to the survival of their railway.
Passengers are our coal and water.
Okay, MLP fan, no problem. Thanks for coming. See you next week. Skywrite dragons usually live for about 7,000 to 8,000 human years, and one Skywrite dragon year is equivalent to 5 human years, isn't it, Electro? Is that right? I could be wrong. Or is it 12 human years? I can't remember.
As time went on, Skarloey realized the value of hard work and grew up. For 70-something years, only he and Rheneas ran the whole railway by themselves. He very quickly understood just how important passengers were to the survival of their railway.
Passengers are our coal and water.
One Skywrite dragon year equals 12 human years. Makes sense, as the year of the dragon happens every 12 years. Right, so 8,000 divided by 12. That's like 666 human years or something. $10,000 would be like 833 human years. Yeah, me too, George. Well, I'll tell you what I So do the Skywright Kingdom dragons only celebrate their birthday every 12 human years, Electro?
By themselves. He very quickly understood just how important passengers were to the survival of their railway.
Passengers are our coal and water,
He would say.
No passengers means no trains. No trains means no railway.
We saw that firsthand in Old Faithful when he risked everything to get his train home, despite all the odds against him. He also reprimands the coaches for possibly hurting the passengers in the same story. We also see this reassured in Gallant Old Engine when Skarloey lashes out at Duncan for stranding his passengers on the viaduct.
Again,
And he lashed out at Rusty in Rock and Roll for not wanting to help a derailed passenger train. Despite this, Skarloey isn't always serious all the time either. On many occasions, we've seen the jokey side of him. He is not above making fun of the other engines when they deserve a little humility. He was the one that ignited the whole Sir Handel and George conflict after all, and he did that just because he thought it'd be funny. And, well, he wasn't wrong. Skarloey may be an old geezer now, but he's young at heart.
Exactly, just
Skarloey's
like
brotherly
Jacob.
bond with Rheneas is worth bringing up too. These
At
two...
the start of the Redcliff Railway Tales feature-length finale, there's going to be... Jacob is going to have a birthday party. There's going to be a scene where they're all celebrating Jacob's 125th birthday, and he's going to say that he's young at heart. Electro, if you're still there, I haven't answered my question on if the Skywright Kingdom dragons only celebrate their birthday once every 12 human years.
He was the one that ignited the whole Sir Handel and George conflict after all, and he did that just because he thought it'd be funny. And,
Yeah,
well,
yeah,
he
you
wasn't
tell
wrong.
him, Martin.
Skarloey may be an old geezer now, but he's young at heart. Skarloey's brotherly bond with Rheneas is worth bringing up. Well, conflict after all, and he did that just because he thought it'd be funny. And, well, he wasn't wrong. Skarloey may be an old geezer now, but he's young at heart. Skarloey's brotherly bond with Rheneas is worth bringing up too. These two hated each other when they first met, but we saw them find common ground as time went on. They grew and became brothers over time, like real people. There's such a wholesomeness in how much these two have each other's backs. The two quickly realized that only as a team together would their little railway prosper. And that dedication never died out, as we saw each perform in their respective hero stories. In Old Faithful and Gallant Old Engine, both Skarloey and Rheneas were put in very similar situations. Both were worn out and broke down en route, but they pressed on and got their trains
No, it's still
home.
far from finished,
Both were
but I'm
heroes.
hoping to finish the script by the end of August.
And Rheneas were
in 2
put in
months.
very similar situations.
Are you
Both
still
were
there,
worn out
Electro?
and broke down en route, but they pressed on. In Old Faithful and Gallant Old Engine, both Skarloey and Rheneas were put in very similar situations. Both were worn out and
I know,
broke down en
Jacob, you
route.
told me earlier.
Your hero stories. In Old Faithful and Gallant Old Engine, both Skarloey and Rheneas were put in very similar situations. Both were worn out and broke down en route, but they pressed on and got their trains home. Both were heroes. Very similar stories. However, there is a key difference between the two. In Rheneas' case, if Rheneas didn't get the train home, there was an underlying fear that the railway would close.
If I fail, the railway will close. I'll get there or burst.
Yeah, that was the inspiration for Ethan the Gallant, the Redcliff Railway Tales episode, Ethan the
If I
Gallant.
fail, the railway will close. I'll get there or burst.
It was a make it or break it situation, and thus Rheneas was more of a hero for it.
Yes, I do,
In
Gary.
Skarloey's case, the situation wasn't as dire. It was
There or burst.
It was a make it or break it situation, and thus Rheneas was more of a hero for it. In Skarloey's case, the situation wasn't as dire. He broke down at a station. The crew even said they could just phone a bus for the passengers.
Yeah, you tell
But
him.
Skarloey refused, and got his train home anyway. He didn't have to do this. He didn't have to put himself at such risk. But he did it anyway,
Have to tell him.
for his passengers.
To leave me
The key
alone.
difference here is that Rheneas did it because he had to. Skarloey did it because he wanted to. I think that speaks volumes about Skarloey's character and where his morals lie. Quite a glow-up from the reckless engine he once was when he was younger, huh? Skarloey started out as a typical young character, and grew into a wise, confident, moral, and well-respected figurehead. One of the best character journeys of the series, if I'm honest. I don't think Skarloey's journey strikes as impressive as, say, Gordon's, because it was told to us out of order. We got the hero story first, then lots of present-day stuff, and then the backstory way later. But when you look at it all in order, wow, is it quite the glow-up. Quite a lot of punch this little faithful engine packs, huh? You know what they say, never overlook a little engine.
Yes, or rather, you know what they say, all toasters toast toast. Oh, here we are, now it gets interesting.
Skarloey's portrayal
Skarloey ages backwards in the model series, basically. Just don't do it again.
Skarloey's portrayal in the model era of the TV show is interesting, to say the least, because it's basically the railway.
Well, yeah, we got 29 minutes left, Stan, so be quick.
Skarloey's portrayal in the model era of the TV show is interesting, to say the least, because it's basically the railway series arc, but backwards. Literally reversed. Let me explain. Like all the other narrow gauge engines, Skarloey's first appearance wasn't until Season 4. His first stories were very much like the railway series ones, and followed them pretty faithfully. His first stories were very much engines. Skarloey's first appearance wasn't until Season 4. His first stories were very much like the railway.
What camera do I use for filming Redcliff Railway Tales? Currently, I use the Panasonic 4K camera for filming Redcliff Railway Tales, and most of my videos, as a matter of fact.
Literally reversed. Let me explain. Okay. Like all the other narrow gauge engines, Skarloey's first appearance wasn't until Season 4. His first stories were very much like the railway series ones, and followed them pretty faithfully. Skarloey and Rheneas worked the railway together for many years, but eventually grew old and tired. Skarloey became worn out, and was retired to an open shed where he could see everything. Rheneas ran the railway alone, until he finally broke down too. The railway received 2 new engines called Peter Sam and Sir Handel, and Rheneas went away to be mended. Peter Sam and Sir Handel ran everything by themselves while Skarloey rested. That is, until Sir Handel derailed and another engine was needed to haul his train. Skarloey stepped up to the occasion, and we know how the story goes. He broke down as well, but he got the train home anyway. The crew were so pleased with him that they sent him away to be fully overhauled.
Old engines can't pull trains like the young ones can. They can if they're mended, Old Faithful, smiled his driver. And that's what's going to happen to you. You deserve it.
And he returned home sometime after, feeling like a new engine. Unfortunately, the stories of Skarloey and Rheneas' early days were never adapted for TV, so we never got to see how those would have played out or what they would have changed. One thing I think is also worth noting is the Tally-Clinton connection is not present in the TV show. Skarloey pretty often talked about his little old twin in the books, which, of course, we know Audrey did to advertise the real railway to his readers, but it's never a thing in the show. I don't know why, but Britt Allcroft had a weird thing about never name-dropping real engines. City of Truro appeared, but was never named or spoke. Flying Scotsman was never named or fully seen. And Tally-Clinton was never mentioned.
Whatever.
City of Truro appeared, but was never named or spoke.
Oh, nice.
Flying Scotsman was never named or fully seen.
Nice.
And Tally-Clinton spoke, never name-dropping real engines. City of Truro appeared, but was never named or spoke. Flying Scotsman was never named or fully seen. And Tally-Clinton was never mentioned. Stepney's the only real engine that did appear, but his story was changed so much that he might as well have been an original character. As the model seasons went on, Skarloey would show up fairly regularly with the other narrow gauge engines. In Season 5, we learned of a time when Skarloey braved an avalanche and was buried in snow. In the same way, Skarloey would show up fairly regularly with an engine that did appear, but his story was changed so much that he might as well have been an original character. As the model seasons went on, Skarloey would show up fairly regularly with the other narrow gauge engines. In Season 5, we learned of a time when Skarloey braved an avalanche and was buried in snow. In the same season, he faced off with a giant boulder and told off George when he was belittling the engines. There's also this little line that I really like.
If we don't go now, Skarloey will take my favourite place in the sheds.
Which kind of implies
Why
that
the hell
Skarloey would
did Alec
purposely...
Baldwin give Duncan a Cockney accent when he's supposed to be Scottish, and Michael Angelis gave him a Scottish accent? Literally, why? Why did it? Where on earth did Alec Baldwin get the idea that Duncan had a Cockney accent from? He doesn't. Can get pricey 3-stick with my phone for now. Alright then. Sounds cool, Stan. Why were you asking? Were you planning on using the same camera to film Mossfordshire Colliery?
He's the only real engine that did appear, but his story was changed so much that he might as well have been an original character. As the model seasons went on, Skarloey would show up fairly regularly with the other narrow gauge engines. In Season 5, we learned of a time when Skarloey braved an avalanche and was buried in snow. In the same season, he faced off with a giant boulder, and told off George when he was belittling the engines. There's also this little line that I really like.
You already said that,
If we don't
James.
go now, Skarloey will take my favourite place in the sheds.
Which kind of implies that Skarloey would purposely take Duncan's shed spot just to anger him.
Oh, that's
Implied.
That's a nice little goodwill gesture to me, Stan.
If we don't go now, Skarloey will take my favourite place in the sheds.
Hi, Tank
Which kind of
Engine Media.
implies
Welcome
that
to the
Skarloey
stream.
would
We're
now
very close
engines.
to the end of the stream
There's
now,
also this little
unfortunately.
line that I really like.
If we don't go now, Skarloey will take my favourite place in the sheds.
Which kind of implies that Skarloey would purposely take Duncan's shed spot just to anger him. Skarloey was kind of a little badass this season. Have I ever told you guys how much I love Season 5? Season 6 was when the change to purposely take Duncan's shed
Skarloey
spot
the
just
troll,
to
yeah.
that I really like.
If we don't go now, Skarloey will take my favourite place in the sheds.
Which kind of implies that Skarloey would purposely take Duncan's shed spot just to anger him. Skarloey was kind of a little badass this season. Have I ever told you guys how much I love Season 5? Season 6 was when the changes started happening. Nothing too major yet, but the signs were there. The episode Rusty Saves the Day depicted I love Season 5. Season 6 was when the changes started happening. Nothing too major yet, but the signs were there. The episode Rusty Saves the Day depicted the Skarloey Railway in such a state of disrepair that the Fat Controller actually considered closing it. Like, the whole railway. I don't know what they meant by this. This was a strange episode.
What I think they meant was... See, if you've seen the Sodor map, you'll see that there's a loop line that goes on the Skarloey Railway that serves Skarloey itself, the lake in the woods. This is what I think the Fat Controller meant by Skarloey and Rheneas's line in this episode, not the entire Skarloey Railway. I think the Fat Controller just meant the loop line, not the whole Skarloey Railway. Like, I don't get why most Thomas fans are confused by this. I think the Fat Controller pretty clearly meant just the loop line. So this isn't that bad of an episode, if you ask me. I know a lot of people don't like this episode, but people completely misinterpret the Fat Controller's intentions here. He meant only the loop line that serves Skarloey, not the whole Skarloey Railway.
That the Fat Controller actually considered closing it. Like, the whole railway. I don't know what they meant by this.
I have no
this
idea.
was a strange episode. During the engine's attempt to mend the line,
nice.
Skarloey was the first one to want to give up.
She's right, he said. We'll never get it done in 2 weeks.
Okay, that's a little weird of Skarloey of all characters to say. It's only the railway he lived on his entire life, and very quickly he's ready to throw in the towel. This was his only major...
Yes. Admittedly, he obviously does love that loop line. After all, it does serve the place that he's named after. So maybe this is a little bit out of character.
Skarloey of all characters to say. It's only the railway he lived on his entire life, and very quickly he's ready to throw in the towel. This was his only major appearance worth noting this season, so nothing too alarming yet, but something didn't feel right. Then we come to season 7, and oh man, this is where the degradation really started. The infamous episode, The Old Bridge, is the one most people pinpoint as the start of Skarloey's decline, and I have to agree there. Skarloey becomes afraid to cross an old trestle bridge after nearly falling off of it, despite it being fully repaired. This episode was the first Thomas episode ever, in my opinion, to just feel completely wrong. It's not the first bad episode per se, but it's the first one that I feel completely misunderstood the characters. The first episode that wrote well-established characters completely untrue of what they're supposed to be. I can sympathize a bit with Skarloey in this. I mean, he did nearly fall off that bridge. I can understand why he'd be a little on edge.
Yeah, and uncouple and probably majorly damage himself, or I don't know, if that river current was stronger, maybe even be killed.
First bad
Swept
episode
away
per se,
chopped
but it's the
over a
first one that I
waterfall
feel
and killed.
completely misunderstood the characters. The first episode that wrote well-established characters completely untrue of what they're supposed to be. I can sympathize a bit with Skarloey in this. I mean, he did nearly fall off that bridge. I can understand why he'd be a little on edge. See what I did there? On edge, get it? But he's a grown-ass man, the oldest engine on Sodor. And to see him just give up and be so cowardly was so untrue to the character. I'll give the episode this though. I do like that Skarloey puts his fear aside immediately. Give up and be so cowardly was so good I did there. On edge, get it? But he's a grown-ass man, the oldest engine on Sodor.
Can you stop changing your profile picture, Ryan, please? It is really, really getting annoying now. Okay, Ryan, if you change your profile picture one more time, you're getting blocked. You're off to Trash Planet. I'm sorry. Either go back to your normal profile picture, Ryan, or stay or keep the one you have. If you change it one more time to something that's not your original profile picture, the one you came into the stream with, you're gone. I'm sorry.
He fall off that bridge. I can understand why he'd be a little on
No, not just yet, Martin, not just yet. Not just yet. Not just yet, Martin. Excuse me.
Edge. See what I did there? On edge, get it? But he's a grown-ass man, the oldest engine on Sodor. And to see him just give up and be so cowardly was so untrue to the character. I'll give the episode this though. I do like that Skarloey puts his fear aside immediately when he hears Rheneas is in trouble. Their brotherly bond is still very much a thing here, but at the cost of an incredibly weak episode. I always thought this was a story that would have worked very well if it took place back in Skarloey's younger days, before the other engines arrived, before he and Rheneas grew up.
Exactly. That would make a lot more sense.
I like to think that it is, but Duncan and modern-day Sir Topham Hatt appear, so this was clearly not the show's intention. This, very unfortunately, was not a one-off fluke. This episode based Sir Topham Hatt appear, so this was clearly not the show's intention. This, very unfortunately, was not a one-off fluke. This episode basically solidified the new status quo for Skarloey. And oh my god, it just got worse as the seasons went on.
I know. Yeah, I agree, Tank Engine Media. Now, this is the thing you really hate about Skarloey, Stan.
They turned Skarloey into a child in the seasons after this.
Yes.
Skarloey being scared of something is the plot of most of his Spotlight episodes. In season 10, he's afraid of going to the wharf.
Oh my god, this is not the Skarloey we...
No.
Plot of most of his Spotlight episodes. In Season 10, he's afraid of going to the wharf. He cowers when someone makes fun of him. In Season 11, he's afraid of going to the wharf. He cowers when someone makes fun of him. In Season 11, he's afraid of thunder and lightning. So scared that he hides and refuses to work. But then when he's afraid of thunder and lightning. So scared that he hides and refuses to work. But then when he's not depicted as scared, he's depicted as a reckless imbecile.
Yeah, it's exactly like his counterpart in the Railway series in his youth, except he's aging backwards.
He goes up the incline to show the world just how brave he is, and then breaks it.
This would be in character for young Skarloey, but not the Skarloey.
He goes up the incline to show the world just how brave he is as a reckless imbecile.
Oh, there you are, Electra. How come you left? Right now we're talking about how Skarloey regressed into an extremely immature child, completely untrue of how he's supposed to be written.
Lightning. So scared that he hides and refuses to work.
How he was written in the Railway series and the early model series. I can see where you're coming from, Tank Engine Media. Ivo Hugh was never given a character. Him having Skarloey's hit-era character would be a lot more fitting.
He's afraid of going to the wharf. He cowers when someone makes fun of him. In Season 11, he's afraid of thunder and lightning. So scared that he hides and refuses to work. But then when he's not depicted as scared, he's depicted as a reckless imbecile. He goes up the incline to show the world just how brave he is, and then breaks it. He races Rheneas at dangerous speeds, which causes Rheneas to derail.
Oh, God. Yeah, regress back into a child. Basically, Skarloey aged backwards in the model series of Thomas Electro.
And then breaks it. He races Rheneas at dangerous speeds, which causes Rheneas to derail. Pretty horrifically, I should mention.
Yes,
he bumps trucks so hard that he demolishes them. He joins pretty horrific, breaks it. He races Rheneas at dangerous speeds, which causes Rheneas to derail. Pretty horrifically.
I agree, Stan.
He races Rheneas at dangerous speeds, which causes Rheneas to derail. Pretty horrifically, I should mention.
Yes. He rolls all the way down the hill. Hey.
He bumps trucks so hard that he demolishes them. He joins Thomas in scaring others with his whistle, causing colossal damage everywhere.
Oh, God.
He played...
And then we have what is, in my opinion, the absolute worst, and the opinion of many other fans, the absolute worst episode of the entire model series of Thomas. The whole of seasons 1 to 12. Push Me, Pull You, in which Skarloey pulls a puppet show train, but is a totally selfish, is completely selfish and dick-headed. At this point, it's not even the problem that... At this point, the problem isn't even... At this point, the problem isn't even that Skarloey's out of character. The problem is that he's just unlikable as hell. I reckon I'd hate that episode regardless of who was taking the role of Skarloey.
Scaring others with his whistle, causing colossal damage everywhere.
They pulled a magical cylinder on Skarloey in the later seasons. No, I won't get the joke.
He plays...
I know, Jupiter. That's your... Push Me, Pull You is your least favourite of the model series as well, Stan. Obviously, the CGI series has far worse episodes, but Push Me, Pull You is unquestionably the worst of the whole model series. Also, Skarloey's Season 12 CG face is horrifying. The worst CG face. The worst CG face of all of season, all the characters
scaring
in
others
season
with
12.
his whistle, causing colossal damage everywhere. He
I
plays
don't know, Stan.
tug of war, hauling a puppet show train. Oh my god, this might be the worst episode of the show. I can't stand this one.
Look at how ugly Skarloey's Season 12 face is. Look at it! It looks enormous. And nothing like his Season 16 onwards face. It's horrific.
Is tug of war. Hauling a puppet show train. Oh my god, this might be the worst episode of the show. I can't stand this one. The only time...
Electro, you do you, but I promise you'll hate it. Doesn't look that bad to you? Really? Skarloey... But Electro, we've explained how unlikable Skarloey is in that episode, and how gimmicky the episode is. Honestly, Stan, the model CG hybrid aesthetic was a good idea on paper. It would allow for a much more expressive and lively world, while still keeping the classic model aesthetic Thomas the Tank Engine is known for. But yes, I do agree it hasn't aged well.
Oh my god. Hauling a puppet show train. Oh my god, this might be the worst episode of the show. I can't stand this one. The only time in the later part of this era that Skarloey feels like Skarloey...
It's just a grey face, a line, and 2 dots in a circle. That may be true, Electro, but it doesn't really blend well. But the CG faces really don't blend that well with the models. That's the main problem. They look too uncanny. They look too alien. They don't look like they belong on the physical models. Had this style gone on for a few more seasons, as was the original plan, I believe the plan was to stick to the model CG hybrid style at least until season 14. I reckon it could have improved. They could have ironed out and made the CG faces and CG human characters blend in better with the live action model environment, but because this style only lasted for 1 season, it never got the chance to. Well, I guess that's fair reasoning, Electro. It was experimental, and there definitely could have been room for improvement, but it still hasn't aged well. I personally don't think Season 12 isn't as bad as some fans say it is, but I definitely agree it hasn't aged well. They just babied Thomas. Exactly, Stan. Thomas basically became a baby show from a show... Well, I don't really like the term baby show, but basically a toddler show from this point until season 17, where it started feeling like a show for all ages again, and genuinely became good again. Doesn't know any better, but still wanting help. Actually, in this episode, Skarloey refuses help from literally everyone. It's insufferable. Alright, cool, Felix. Unlovable is Numberjack 3? If you say so. Small world, small adventures.
Oh, come on, James. Just calm down. There's no need to say that. Yeah, it could have improved. Yeah, definitely, Tank Engine Media. It could have improved. This style could have improved over time. But because it only lasted one season, it was never given the chance to improve. Which I find sad. Yes, Stan, you're right. They did half-ass it.
Puppet Show Train. Oh my god, this might be the worst episode of the show. I can't stand this one.
The only good thing about Push Me Pull You is the crashes. They are admittedly spectacular, but other than that, it's total shite. The crashes are the only good thing about Push Me Pull You. Other than that, total shite. He did Electro when he and the rest of the narrow gauge engines were reintroduced in Blue Mountain Mystery, and we're about to get to that part.
Hauling.
So when we finish this, the stream's gonna end when we finish watching this video, guys.
Puppet Show Train. Oh my god, this might be.
We're gonna finish. The stream will end when we finish watching this video, guys. Yes, Jacob. Hit era Skarloey is.
Hauling a puppet show train. Oh my god, this might be the worst episode of the show. I can't stand this one. The only time in the later part of this era that Skarloey feels like Skarloey, that I can recall anyway, is the Season 9 episode, The Magic Lamp, where Skarloey is the one that tells the others about the legend of Proteus. This felt very Skarloey to me. He's an older engine that would of course know old legends of the railway. Was this a fluke? Like, why did they use Skarloey correctly like this?
Duncan, I suppose, would work, but even then, not entirely. The episode is just awfully written. It's just too awfully written to fit any character at all.
Is the one that tells the others about the legend of Proteus. This felt very Skarloey to me. He's an older engine that would of course know old legends.
Animated. As the show had been from season 2 until season 12, it was filmed at Shepperton. Season 12 was filmed at Shepperton Studios in England, the very same studio where I want to start filming my professional productions, as a matter of fact. And the animation was provided by the Canadian animation studio Nitrogen Studios.
This felt very Skarloey to me. He's an older engine that would of course know old legends of the railway. Was this a fluke? Like, why did they use Skarloey correctly like this one time, when every other episode around this one depicts him like this?
Exactly, Stan. Exactly. Oh god. Admittedly, his voice would fit Skarloey, I feel. Nice big carrot. Oh yeah, we were talking about carrots.
This felt very Skarloey to me. He's an older engine that would of course know old legends of the railway. Was this a fluke? Like, why did they use Skarloey correctly like this one time, when every other episode around this one depicts him like this?
This is a funny edit.
But Skarloey as he raced down the hill.
Smash right into Peter Sam. This is what would actually happen in real life. This is a genuinely amazing crash, though, in all seriousness, from season 4.
But Skarloey as he raced down the hill.
Skarloey
and the slate
backwards
explodes all over him.
His first story
exactly what I just said. Skarloey aged
kinder,
backwards.
wise, responsible, passionate engine, and his last ones depict him as an idiot child that talks like this.
Yes, I know, Electro. In all seriousness, the original Crash from Trucks is amazing.
Him as an older, kinder, wise, responsible, passionate engine, and his last ones depict him as an idiot child that talks like this.
I'm a scaredy little engine, and scaredy engines will never be
James.
useful engines.
Ugh!
I'm afraid I can't help you there. Big carrots, big
depict him as an
adventures.
idiot child that talks like this.
I'm a scaredy little engine, and scaredy engines will never be useful engines.
Ugh! Why did they do this? What was the thought process here? How did this happen? Skarloey wasn't the only one to suffer these changes. Basically, all the narrow-gauge engines regressed. Rheneas too became a reckless child. Rusty became very irresponsible. And Sir Handel, for some reason, became the old wise sage character that talked like Marlon Brando.
What? Yeah, I agree. That is a disgusting voice. Electro.
For some reason, became the old wise sage character that talked like Marlon Brando.
I'm going to tell him a Man in the Hills story. They are his favorites.
What? It's just so baffling.
That face expression on Thomas. His genuine reaction to Sir Handel speaking like Marlon Brando. Brando.
I'm going to tell him a Man in the Hills story. They are his favorites.
What? It's just so baffling.
Well, that was... Well, he was the only character to have been improved, I guess, Electro, certainly from how he was in Season 4.
Like Marlon Brando?
I'm going to tell him a Man in the Hills story. They are his favorites.
What?
That voice is actually legitimately funny.
It's just so baffling. I, honest to God, think the intent...
Sir Handel actually sounds kind of horny when speaking in that voice.
Man in the Hills story. They are his favorites.
I don't know why, but he just sounds so horny. I can't explain why I think that.
Are his favorites.
What? It's just so baffling. I, honest to God, think
Martin.
The intention of the writers was the narrow gauge engines are physically little, so they're like baby trains. So we'll write them as children, with a complete disregard on how they were written in previous seasons.
Exactly. This is what happens when you bring in a team of writers for a series who don't understand, for a long-running series, who don't understand how that series is supposed to be written and made. This is what happens. It leads to inconsistencies like that. And it never meshes well. You actually like this new Sir Handel. I get that, Electro. Okay, this Sir Handel is admittedly more pleasant than the Sir Handel when he was first introduced, but... And I'd like to think that this is how Sir Handel now is in the universe of the Railway series, because it does make sense that he'd mature like this, but... Really?
Them as children, with a complete disregard on how they were written.
Okay, then, James.
So we'll write them as children, with a complete disregard on how they were written in previous seasons. I really have nothing more to say here, other than it's disappointing. I love Skarloey.
I imagine that too, Stan. Like that one dragon from Spyro. Oh yes, it is like that. Stan, let me tell you a story all about how my life got flipped turned upside down. Oh, it's been a bash this stream. This stream has been a total bash. Be on holiday? Cool.
I, honest to God, think the intention of the writers was the narrow gauge engines are physically little, so they're like baby trains. So we'll write them as children, with a complete disregard on how they were written in previous seasons. I really have nothing more to say here, other than it's disappointing. I love Skarloey in seasons 4 and 5. He's perfect in those seasons.
Me too.
He's depicted as older and wiser, but his jokey side, his brave side, and those leader sides of his persona are all totally intact. Season 7 or so onwards,
I wouldn't be so sure. He is famous, actually, because he's old and... Because Skarloey's old and a massive Chad. Just like his real-life counterpart, Tallylin.
His jokey side, his brave side, and those leader sides of his persona are all totally intact. Season 7 or so onwards, I really can't stand him. This just isn't Skarloey. He might as well have been a totally different character.
I agree, it's not Skarloey. In the slightest. Here we go, his CGI coming show.
I'm very happy to say the CGI seasons did not continue this character regression.
There you are, Electro. Skarloey was in
That answers your question. Skarloey was indeed returned to his former glory when he was reintroduced in the CGI series.
Very happy. I'm very happy to say...
Okay then, Electro.
I'm very happy to say the CGI seasons did not continue this character regression. However, there isn't really a whole lot to say. When the CGI era started, the narrow gauge engines were absent for a while. A good few seasons went by where they just didn't appear at all. I think they were mentioned once.
The little engines in the hills tell me stories all the time.
But that was it. The movie Blue Mountain Mystery changed that. I recently talked about this movie in my movie rankings video, praising it for what it did.
Yes,
and man, did it do a lot. This was the narrow gauge engine's big return to the series, with an all-new look and voices of their very own. This big comeback really was something to celebrate. Such an effort was made to tie these characters back to their Tallyclin roots. The animation company Nitrogen actually flew out to Wales and got photos of everything for reference. Much of the rolling stock was accurately recreated in CGI, and lots of little details from the real-life engines were applied to the characters.
But if you guys are wondering why Duncan didn't appear in Blue Mountain Mystery and didn't reappear until season 18... If you guys are wondering why Duncan didn't reappear until season 18, it's because at the time the Nitrogen crew flew out to the Skarloey Railway to take reference photos so they could model everything in time for the film. It's because Douglas, Duncan's real-life counterpart, was being overhauled at the time and didn't return to service until a little while after the film came out, and it was only after that could Nitrogen take reference photos, and, well, it wasn't Nitrogen by that point. By that point, it was, by season 18, it was Arc Productions who were animating the series. But they could finally get reference photos and finally introduce Duncan to the series. So yeah, for those who are curious, that's why Duncan wasn't in Blue Mountain Mystery. I couldn't understand it myself when Blue Mountain Mystery first came out, but for those who are curious, that's why Duncan wasn't in it.
And got photos of everything for reference.
Honestly, Stan, I think The Adventure Begins is the best
and got
Thomas
photos
film.
of everything for reference. Much of the rolling stock was accurately recreated in
male, in my
CGI,
opinion.
and lots of little details from the real-life rolling stock.
Tank Engine Media, despite Tug referring to Tallyclin as
was accurately
text-to-speech and MS-Paint, that would be hilarious, James! Hi Jason, welcome to the stream, we're coming to the end of it now.
Wales and got photos of everything for reference. Much of the rolling stock was accurately recreated in CGI, and lots of for reference. Much of the rolling stock was accurately recreated in CGI, and lots of little details. Much of the rolling stock was accurately recreated in CGI, and lots of little details from the real-life engines were applied to the characters. This humongous effort put in to mark the narrow gauge engine's big return was really apparent. Skarloey, of course, made his big return in this, and I am so happy to tell you that there was a very clear effort to revert him back to what he once was. The childish, frightened, idiotic character Skarloey regressed into was not present here at all.
Thank you.
He went back to being written as a confident, wise, responsible leader character, complete with a deep man voice to emphasize that.
Always. If your wheels aren't whirring, you aren't being a really useful engine.
Oh yes, I unironically love Skarloey's CGI voice, and I believe James based Dennis's voice on Skarloey's CGI voice when he voiced Dennis in season 3.
If your wheels
with a deep man voice
in
to
Mr. Eric's
that.
Thrill Ride.
Always.
Still there, Electro?
If your wheels aren't whirring, you aren't being a really useful engine.
I feel like they intentionally went with a deep voice for him as a way...
Yes. Yes, indeed, it is a meme now. Tank Engine Media.
Useful engine.
I feel like they intentionally went with a deep voice for him as a way of saying to fans, don't worry, we are never, ever going back to the childish persona.
And they
His
never
friendship
did,
with Rheneas
thankfully.
was retained, as was that jokey, childish persona. His friendship with Rheneas was retained, as was that jokey side of his personality.
You have to stop bumping into things, Rheneas.
He was also depicted as very serious, which I really enjoyed. Skarloey is the one that makes it very...
Or at least you tried. I say it was an accurate enough impression, James.
You have to stop bumping into things, Rheneas.
Actually, you're right, Stan. He does also sound a little bit Indian, but mostly Welsh.
Jokey side of his personality.
Welsh.
You have to stop bumping into
Very
things,
deep
Rheneas.
Welsh voice.
He was also depicted as very serious, which I really enjoyed. Skarloey is the one that makes it very clear to Thomas that the whole Luke situation was dire, and he's the one that exploded at Thomas when Thomas blurted out he leaked the secret. While there were a few episodes that starred them after this, the narrow gauge engines were all reduced to a sort of group appearance kind of thing, where you wouldn't get an episode about one of them, or with just one of them.
Childish Skarloey will never
the
be
narrow
missed.
gauge engines were all reduced to a sort of group appearance kind of thing, where you wouldn't get an episode about one of them, or with just one of them. If one narrow gauge engine appeared, then a good chunk of them would too. It was very rare we'd see one separate from the rest in an episode. I want to talk about the Blue Mountain Quarry here for a second. There was a clear restructure of how the narrow gauge engines would be used when they brought them into the CGI series. No longer would they really get episodes on their railway. Instead, they were all basically stuck in this giant Penryn-inspired industrial quarry. The CGI series liked to section off certain areas where characters work, and I think this was done mostly for marketing reasons. It's easier for kids to remember a location if there is a specific character tied to it. Very rarely would you see Salty outside of Brendam Docks, Victor outside the Steamworks, and the narrow gauge engines outside the Blue Mountain Quarry. This wasn't strictly the rule, of course, as we did get a couple Duncan-focused episodes on the railway, but I feel like those were the...
Yeah, when he's clearly a proper passenger engine on the, and he's rarely seen at the Blue Mountain Quarry in the CGI series.
As we did get a couple Duncan-focused episodes on the railway.
Is how they are pretty much bound to this quarry now. I get your point, Stan.
I mean,
scenes like this are absolutely beautiful. Oh, whoops. Oh, God, I accidentally muted it.
Of course. As we did...
Look, you can clearly tell that this CG set here with the castle in the background is clearly inspired by the model Causeway set, by the model Castle Causeway set. You can clearly tell that this is supposed to be the Castle Causeway. And I love the art style here as well. This is so beautiful. This legit looks like a Bob Ross painting. I really do feel this looks like a Bob Ross painting.
Did get a couple Duncan-focused episodes on the railway, but I feel like those were the exception to the rule. The Blue Mountain Quarry became the railway, but I feel like those were the exception to the rule. The Blue Mountain Quarry became the place the narrow gauge engines primarily worked in these seasons, with Skarloey as the face of them. Skarloey's role in all of this was definitely the main one. He became the face of the narrow gauge clan whenever they decided to use them. Whenever a character went to the Blue Mountain Quarry, Skarloey was usually the one to talk and to greet them.
Hello there, Paxton. Hello, Billy. Hello, Paxton. Why is Sydney here with you?
If any narrow gauge engine were to get a line in, it was usually him. I feel like this narrow
Why
gauge
did
engine...
Jamfil Productions make Skarloey's wheels so massive? I find that a little bit strange. Why did Jamfil Productions, the third animation studio who animated Thomas, why did they make Skarloey's wheels so huge? Like, to stay accurate to the his real life Tallyland, maybe? I don't know.
Hello, Paxton.
Just found that design choice a little bit too noticeable.
If any narrow gauge engine were to get a line in, it was usually him. I feel like this was the sort of kiss of death for these characters, unfortunately.
Yeah.
As these seasons went on, the narrow gauge engines appeared less and less with every season. Mattel sort of deemed them as unmarketable and basically shied away from allowing them ample screen time. They did manage to appear at least once a season, though, even in the Boba era, and Skarloey always got a line snuck in. I find
And why does Skarloey have that random headlamp in Big World, Big Adventures as well? Did the real-life Tallylin ever have that kind of lamp? I'm not sure. Yeah, it seems that way. Tank Engine Media, but it's just it's still too noticeable of a change in my opinion. Hello, Stephanie.
Skarloey in the CGI series to be kind of bittersweet. I find Skarloey in the CGI series to be kind of bittersweet. They absolutely fixed him and made him a much better character than previously, and they were very consistent with him. Every time he did appear, it was a joy. But they never used him to his full potential because of how reduced the narrow gauge engine's roles were in the show at this time. We never got a CGI Skarloey Spotlight episode. But at least they fixed him. That's something to be grateful for. I think it's pretty safe to say that Skarloey and the narrow gauge engines will not be appearing in the show anytime in the foreseeable future, but maybe that's a good thing. They managed to leave the series on a pretty good note, untarnished.
Yes, exactly. Hopefully they won't be returning in All Engines Go. I bloody hope not.
Skarloey's journey in the show.
And what? Oh, so that's why you disappeared, Electro. And what did you think of it?
Skarloey's journey in the show, like many characters, has been a turbulent one. But unlike some, I can say that despite going off the rails in the middle there, he did re-rail himself again.
Exactly.
And ended his tenure on a pretty good note. The Skarloey we last saw felt like the real Skarloey, and that's something to be grateful for. When it comes down to choosing the best of the 3 different eras, I think the choice here is pretty obvious. Definitely Railway Series.
Exactly.
There is just so much history in Skarloey's Railway Series journey. He had such a...
I'm glad you agree with us, Electro. There was so much that could have been improved with it.
Choice here is pretty obvious.
Nice little detail there.
Definitely Railway Series.
What is it?
There is just so much history in Skarloey's Railway Series journey. He had such a fantastic character arc. From his early days all the way to his old geezer years, such a fantastic character arc. From his Skarloey's Railway Series Railway Series. There is just so much history in Skarloey's Railway Series journey. He had such a fantastic character arc. From his early days all the way to his old geezer years, we experienced the whole thing. His ties with the real-life Tallykline is also something that's very strong in the books, which is something that all ties with the real-life Tallykline is also something that's very...
Yeah, what did you notice?
Experienced the whole thing. His ties with the real-life Tallykline is also something that's very strong in the books, which is something that all rail enthusiasts can appreciate. If it weren't for Skarloey, the Tallykline would not be as so much a draw to modern audiences as it is today. It'd still be popular for being the first ever preserved steam railway, no doubt. But that connection to Skarloey does it wonders.
Yes, it did it wonders for me when I discovered it. Number 1, everything. Even more somehow. So you hated it after all, did you, Electro? Honestly, I'm glad you can see the problems with it.
Is today. It still would not be as so much a draw to modern audiences as it is today. It'd still be popular for being the first ever preserved steam railway, no doubt. But that connection to Skarloey does it wonders. So many younger people from all over the world make that pilgrimage to this little railway just to volunteer and help out. All because they read or watched the Skarloey stories.
Well, I'm just going on a pilgrimage to ride it.
Make that pilgrimage to this little railway just to volunteer and help out. All because they read or watched the Skarloey stories as kids. And I think that is just beautiful.
I agree.
Skarloey is the heart and soul of Audrey's Railway series, and is definitely one of the most important characters in it. I want to give a special shout out to Luke Ryan once again for his help on this video, fact-checking my script and making sure all the information I presented here was totally correct.
I agree.
Especially the pronunciations of some of those difficult words here was totally correct. Especially the script and making sure all the information I presented here was totally correct. Especially the pronunciations of some of those difficult Welsh words.
Yes.
Again, Luke.
Why does
Luke
Welsh have
overlooked
to
the
be
Asians
so
of some of
such a
those
nightmare to
difficult hear,
spell and
but it's
pronounce?
totally correct.
I don't
Especially
understand.
the pronunciations of some of those difficult Welsh words. Thanks again, Luke. Luke overlooks the Reverend Audrey's study at the Talyllyn Railway in Wales.
I'm definitely
runs
going
the
to be
official
checking that
Talyllyn
out.
Railway YouTube channel. I highly recommend subscribing to it. A new video is uploaded every week. He pretty often posts interesting facts and tidbits from Audrey's notes none of us knew before. Only very recently did he reveal Audrey's notes about Skarloey's transporter wagon, and that Neil actually survived a lot later than we thought. They also post live streams of the engines running, editorial videos on engines histories, and footage of Audrey's own model layout at work. Link to the Talyllyn channel is in the description. I also want to give a shout out to the Talyllyn Railway itself, one of the friendliest and charming heritage railways out there. The real-life Skarloey Talyllyn is currently under overhaul, slated to return to steam next year. If you wish to donate to the railway to speed the overhaul along, or just want to show your support to the railway, I provided a link below on where you can do that. Every cent counts. Thanks again, everyone, as always, for watching, and I'll see you all in the next one.
That was a nice video. Okay, guys, we're well past the end time for our streams, for these streams now, so I'll have to end it here now. Like a petty Sith Lord, and it's just an annoyance. He crashes with Justified because of how reckless he is. Yes! I'm so glad you could see the flaws with it. See? It's not always as... Sometimes things are as bad as people say they are, Electro. Definitely get some pictures of Audrey's model railways. I will, and I'll film them as well for my video. Yeah, thanks for coming, everyone. Tonight's stream was the most fun one I've done in a while. A lot more fun than I thought it would be. I'm so pleased you all enjoyed it. Shame Neon wasn't in a good enough mood to come. I still had a lot of fun even without him, though. So thanks again so much for coming, everyone. I never thought I would say this, but you wanted to slash him with my claw. Again, I understand. He's very, very grating in that episode, isn't he? Thanks again so much for coming, everyone. I hope you all enjoyed, and hope you're all looking forward to my video series on Wales. I'll be posting regular updates from my trip and photos, and I may even stream from a couple places when I'm there, provided I could get good enough Wi-Fi/data and the chat actually bloody works. Yeah, near impossible anyway, James. Thanks again for coming, everyone. Hope you're all looking forward to my video series and keeping up to date on my travel channel. Please go and subscribe to the Talyllyn Railway's YouTube channel if you haven't already, and subscribe to me if you haven't already. I'm really looking forward to my Wales trip now. And of course, seeing Indiana Jones on the Dial of Destiny in London before our trip with my dad tomorrow. And my uncle, auntie, and cousin. Bye-bye, everyone. Yeah, I hope it works too, Mr. George. Thanks for coming, everyone. Please like, comment, share the stream with your friends. Don't forget to subscribe to me, Train Lover 16, if you haven't already. And I will see you all in my next video. Oh, God. Right, hide user. Not right when I'm about to end the stream, please. Jesus Christ. So thanks again so much for coming, everyone. I hope you all enjoyed. And I will see you all in my next video. Yes, I've had a lot of fun too, Mr. George. Bye-bye, everyone. What a